has passed away, but Regis was also
That's right.
August 25th.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm with you now, sweetheart. I'm up in heaven, and happy birthday.
Also, Sean Connery and
Yeah, Sean Connery's up here, too.
Sean Connery
Is Sean around? Can he say
absolutely.
hi?
It's great to talk to everyone down. Regis is a pain in the ass.
William Friedkin's birthday. Is he up there too?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Happy birthday.
He's not stinking like we do.
Happy birthday, all of us. All right.
God bless us, everyone.
Let's see if we can get an answer to the super question. The NATO phonetic word for the letter J. We want to find out what that is. We're going to go to, we have a couple of Adams on the line. This is the first Adam in. Adam, whose last name starts with an M. Yo, Adam, good morning, buddy. Ah. All right, Adam. The phonetic word for the letter J, please.
Juliet.
Juliet is correct. You got it. Hang on the line, buddy. We'll get your information, and we're going to set you up with a $100 Steven Singer Jewelers gift card. Steven's giving away free diamonds, sort of. Anyone who purchases a real diamond engagement ring, whether it sells for $500 or $15,000, Steven is giving them 1 carat lab-grown diamond, and you can buy a real diamond from a real jeweler that you can trust. Steven Singer Jewelers. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com and visit his showroom in Center City, Philadelphia.
My dad used to drill us on the phonetic alphabet, you know.
I know most of it.
Yeah.
I used to know all of it, but yeah, it's just kind of a neat little thing.
It is a neat
to know.
little thing, yeah.
All right, so we're going to start with this. Kevin Hart is using a wheelchair after a friendly foot race with a former NFL player went bad.
Well, you know, I had an injury from our skipping contest here.
Yes.
It can happen.
Absolutely. He shared with his Instagram followers on Wednesday that a 40-yard dash against Stevan Ridley led to his injury. And he captioned this video, and we'll play some audio from this. He wrote, 44 and sitting my ass down. I got to be the dumbest man alive. What the F am I doing? I blew my S. I'm done. And then he wrote FML. What does FML stand for?
F my life.
F my life. All right, so we have a clip of him talking about what happened. Here we go.
I'm in a wheelchair. Why? Well, because I tried to go out there and do some young man stuff, and I was told to sit my ass down. Shouts out to Stephen Wiley. I'm going to go to put this story out there before you do. Me and Steven, we got into a little debate. This debate was based off of who was faster. Steven said, Kev, ain't no way you're going to beat me. Steven is an ex-NFL running back, played for the New England Patriots. We get out there, we go run the 40-year-old dash. Tore my lower abdomen, my abductors are torn. I don't even know what that is, but I tore them. I can't walk.
He said he believes it's to his advancing age. He said to all my men and women out there that are 40 years old and above, it's not a game. Respect that age. And he said, respect that age, or that age will make you respect it. I was just forced to respect it. And this is just a public service announcement because I know people may see me out, and I don't want you to be alarmed, but I am in a wheelchair.
You know, the funny thing is he's in very good shape. He works out all the time.
Absolutely. Yeah, but he was pushing it.
He was pushing it, yeah.
Well, you know, you get to that age and mentality-wise, you still feel like you're 18, but your body's like, no, I'm totally in my mid-40s right now. I hate watching videos where, like, it's usually like guys after drinking for a few hours decide to have a foot race. And I just watched one last week.
I love them.
Where this dude's just head got a little too far in front of his body, and he went down like a ton of bricks on pavement, and then you just hear him going, because he's just got road rash all over his body.
I forgot what comedian it was who was in here, and he was talking about turning 50 years old, and he said, you know, if you all of a sudden turn real quick and you pull a muscle and you go, that's going to hurt for a year. That is going to hurt for a calendar year now.
Yeah.
I did not long ago. I was just reaching up to grab something or whatever, and I turned my head, and I got a little crick in my neck, and I'm like, I could just tell by the way it felt. I'm like, that's 2 months that's going to bother me.
Personality Elliott died this morning reaching for cereal.
Yeah, it's like at 25, you could like jump off a building and be like, oh, and now you sleep on the pillow wrong, and you're like, my neck.
That's what happens. By the way, following Hart's revealing post, Ridley posted his own response on his Instagram story, apologizing to the actor while also teasing him. He said, I saw Tom Brady do it at your age, so I figured you had the juice too, big bro.
Wow.
But he said, my bad.
great.
He said, heal up and keep making us all laugh.
Did they catch this on video? I hope they did. I hope it's going to.
Not that I know of.
Tom Segura, when he said he could dunk on a 9-foot net.
Ended up breaking his leg.
Yeah, he'd like snapped
tore his ACL and then dislocated his elbow.
Wow.
Oh, my
All right. A couple of other stories. The stalker who interrupted an event in New York City on Monday night where Drew Barrymore was speaking was also detained near her home in Southampton, Long Island. Deadline reports that Chad Michael Busto was going door to door and asking for directions to Barrymore's home.
Yeah,
lives
that's not
in
going to
South-
raise suspicion.
She lives in Southampton?
Yeah.
I didn't know
She
that.
got a house, and she got a house in the city as well.
Further investigation led to his arrest on Thursday. Barrymore was rushed off stage by Renee Rapp earlier this week when Busto interrupted their conversation and yelled out, "Drew Barrymore, I'm Chad Michael Busto. You know who I am. I need to see you at some point while you're in New York." He has previously been arrested, by the way, in California, Georgia, and Texas, and has been known to stalk Amber Heard as well.
So his thing is he has something he has to tell you.
Right.
That's his thing.
What is
like even in the first, you who's a chocolate drink, not chocolate milk. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So Florence Pugh had a small but memorable role in Oppenheimer.
That was pretty big, actually, but
Okay.
yeah.
She played Jean Tatlock, the real-life lover of J. Robert Oppenheimer. The actress revealed in a recent interview that the film's director, Christopher Nolan, apologized to her about the size of the role. She said, "I didn't really know what was going on or what it was that was being made, except I knew that Chris really, really wanted me to know that it wasn't a very big role, and he understands if I don't want to come near it." And I was like, it doesn't matter. Even if I'm a coffee maker at a cafe in the back of the room, let's do it.
There are no small roles, just small actors. Isn't that the saying?
Still, Nolan wanted her to know that she could back out if she wanted to. She said, "I remember he apologized by the size of the role, and I was like, please don't apologize." Recalling when they met in New York while she was filming A Good Person, and then he said, "We'll send you the script, and honestly, you just read it and decide if it's like, I completely understand the sizing thing." And I remember that evening when I got the script being like, I don't need to, I know I'm going to do it. So, but yeah, and she's indicating it was a smaller role.
Well, there's
You
a
said it was-
sex. She's part of a fairly lengthy sex scene, right?
She's naked a lot.
Yeah.
There's moments where they're like sitting across from each other having naked dialogue.
Doesn't the atomic bomb blow her clothing off?
No, she's already gone at that point. But she, for the time that she's in it, and if you know history, then you know what happens to her character, which is not a character, it's a real person.
Would it have ruined it if during that detonation her clothes blow off in like in Betty Boop fashion?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
That's not accurate.
People reports that Pete Davidson and Chase Sue Wonders, is that how you say her name? Sue Wonders, have gone their separate ways after less than a year of dating.
She was the one in the vehicle that when he drove it into the side of the house. Right. That was the whole part of the deal.
Source told the outlet he's single again. He's out and about and doing really well. This comes after the SNL alum voluntarily checked himself into rehab in June. So yeah, he just, he can't find one that sticks. So we'll see. Jessica Alba was speaking to Entertainment Tonight and said that communication is key when it comes to her relationship with Cash Warren, because they've been together for 15 years now.
Blah, blah, blah.
So maybe Pete Davidson needs to take a little bit of information from her. She said, I think that sometimes it's over communication. Sometimes it's
shut up, woman.
Under communication. And she said, sometimes it's, I need my space. I'll talk to you later. When I need you, I'll say, I miss you. Will you come back? And it's about always communicating how you feel.
She's right. Jessica Alba's right on communication. What her company, her $1 billion company is
it Honey? No, Honey was the movie that she was in. Honest.
Maybe that's it. Yeah, it's like a holistic or from the earth kind of child care products, right?
And more than that, I guess.
And car care products.
I saw this interesting, I follow this therapist on Instagram who offers up these little nuggets of advice. And there was a really cool one talking about, people say marriage is 50-50. It's like, equal parts. And they were like, no, it's not actually. Like they speak to their, and she was talking to another person who says, my husband and I'll come home and I'll be like, I've only got like 20%.
Yes. No, that's exactly right.
And I need you to pick up 80%.
You have
today.
to communicate the fact that you have 20%. And
I think that's a great exercise.
Yeah, and it's never going to be 50-50.
I need a prostitute.
Wait, that's not.
Oh, that's not what they're saying?
That's not a percentage.
No.
You're not kidding.
I need 60% prostitute. No, that's exactly right.
I like that video.
I think that's a cool way to discuss how you are that day, what your stress level is, what your ability is.
And you play to your strengths. Today's, like, some days, like, if it's something that we're doing together, I'm going to take the lead on it.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a 50-50 all the time.
Yeah, you know what? My wife had a long day yesterday and into the evening, and I had to pick my son up. He was at his school, and as I'm on my way home, I got a text from her. It just said, "I'm laying down. Please don't wake me up." And I was like, that's all I needed to. And so I had to communicate that to Seamus, because sometimes he goes and has like romper room time with the dogs, you know, and that'll wake everybody up. But I was like, okay, you need to communicate this to me and let me know ahead of time that, like,
Honey, I got your message.
got it. Are you?
I got your text. I'm not going to wake you up.
Yes, and that was very considerate of you to let
By
her
the
know.
way, I love Reggie.
The dog
And Fozzie.
and Fozzie. So, by the way, her husband, Warren, said on a recent podcast, you can go months when your energy is just off. It's not like you're actively fighting over those months, but your energy is off. Just having the patience to know that eventually it starts to come back together and your energy starts to get back aligned.
So, Cash, I assume, is a nickname or a right. I mean, he's
I don't know.
Was he actually baptized
Named
Cash? Or
Maybe. I knew somebody had a dog named Cash.
What if it was Cassius? And
it could be Cassius. Yeah.
I don't know. And Cash is his nickname?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't
Jace
know.
had a friend named Cash.
Really?
And that was his
That was
born
his name,
given
Cash.
Okay. Yeah.
What was Richie Rich's dog's name?
Dollar.
No, Dollar.
Yeah.
I thought it might have been Cash.
No, but Chris Pratt shared photos to Instagram on Wednesday showcasing the embellishments that his daughters gave him during a recent makeover.
I saw this.
In one selfie, the star looks solemn with sequins strewn across his forehead. And he showed off his messily painted blue nails in another photo with pearls dotting his face. And he wrote in the caption, all I have to say, Jack would never do this to me.
You didn't watch Parks and Rec,
I
did
didn't,
you?
but that's a reference.
Well, yeah, and so Nick Offerman ends up in one of the later seasons dating Xena, the warrior princess. I forget the actress's name.
Lucy Lawless.
Yeah, and her daughters do that to Nick Offerman outside, and then Chris Pratt is a part of that scene as well. It's very funny.
Okay.
By the way, some of the great bloopers, or at least outtakes, are Chris Pratt's from the Parks and Rec series.
He makes everybody else laugh.
Yeah.
In a moment that left fans cheering, Samantha Jones, portrayed by Kim Cattrall, made a dazzling comeback to the Sex and the City universe in the season 2 finale of Max's revival and sequel, and just like that.
I know you couldn't stop talking about it.
I'm a Samantha.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm a Carrie.
I have sex with everyone. While her cameo was brief, it packed all the charisma and glamour that fans had been eagerly anticipating. We have a clip of the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's play this. Here we go.
Hello, London. What's shaking, lady?
My flight's 3 hours delayed, Carrie. I won't be able to make it there in time.
In time for what?
The Last Supper? Miranda and Charlotte told me all about it. I was going to surprise you.
Oh my gosh, well, you did. I'm very surprised. Wait a minute. You were flying all the way to New York for an overnight?
Well, it is your apartment, and I have to pay my respects.
So she's.
You know I'd move heaven and earth to be there, you horse-faced mutant.
So she's on the phone during this?
Yeah.
They didn't have to be
They weren't.
face-to-face.
No, they couldn't get them together.
So according to this article I read, Cattrall's portrayal was as captivating as ever.
Oh, yeah?
And Samantha's connection with the original show was palpable. The brief exchange was a nostalgic reminder of the chemistry between the characters that had made the original franchise so beloved.
Did you write this yourself? Shut the up.
I'm just making this up as I go along. The past differences seem to fade away, according to this.
So that was her one and only. She's made it clear she's not coming back to the series.
Yep, that is it. So she is. She's ducked in and made everybody happy about it. Barbie has superseded Super Mario Brothers as 2023's highest-grossing movie in North America,
You guys see
according
this
to
yet?
Variety.
I have not seen
I
it.
really want to see it.
I wanna go see
was
it.
I saw
trying
it.
so hard to convince Jace to go with me, and he refused. Well, come on, it's a movie.
No.
Ken's-
I'm saying, what do you
Oh,
expect?
I know. I was
I
like-
made a face at Kathy. I'm like, what do you expect?
I said, I'm like, we can go see Ninja Turtles.
Let's go see
a
House of
different
Fog
time."
and Sand.
No. But I really wanted him to go with me. But the whole day didn't work out. He didn't necessarily say no, but it was like definitely going to take some convincing and like a lot of candy and popcorn.
It is a really, really cute, well done movie, well written, and there are just some really funny scenes, especially with like as they're just
Ryan
sort of-
Gosling, right?
Ryan Gosling is
Apparently he's supposed to be phenomenal.
is he in shape, but he's great. Like comedically, I was like, damn, Ryan Gosling is really funny.
Yeah.
I didn't, I'm like, you're too good looking to be funny.
So yeah, we definitely got to get out and see that movie. So, but it is the film has brought in $575.4 million at the domestic box office so far. Just the domestic box
Did
office.
you guys see the Mario Brothers movie?
I didn't.
Oh yeah. I was like, did I see that? Yeah.
I heard it was fun.
Yeah.
You know. So Steve, no surprise to us, but on Tuesday's episode of the Vice docuseries Dark Side of the 2000s, former Bachelor producers admit to psychologically wrecking contestants to make better TV.
Now, we knew this going all the way back to there's a friend of the show who was on maybe the second Bachelorette or whatever.
Internet?
Right. Right. And so she told us filming almost routinely happens at 3 o'clock in the morning. They make sure that there's lots of booze. They make sure that they suggest things behind the scenes. It seems like this person has it out for you.
Yeah.
So they're completely orchestrating it.
Oh, that's her.
That's her.
Yeah.
Antoinette.
Yeah.
She was on The Bachelor. She was one of the many ladies that was vying for the dude, whoever that was, but it was one of the early, and she was from the area and used to come by our show.
I don't even know how this happened, but my brother is like pretty good friends with
Oh,
her.
no, she's a realtor.
Yeah.
So-
is that what it
That's
is?
it, yep.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
So former producer Michael Carroll said that they would learn contestants' backstories and, quote, wield them like a weapon. He added that they pulled strings to make women cry on camera. He said we had a lot of tactics on how to get a girl to cry on camera. Everyone had their own shtick.
Preston doesn't believe you're 35.
He said you had to go for the hot buttons, he said. And their dad left them when they were 8 years old, or they were left at the altar.
Yeah.
And that is how you want to be on The Bachelor.
Is anyone shocked by this, A? And B, that's the cornerstone of reality television.
Now, a lot of people, the average public, might not realize it
Right.
that they're doing these things because they do what's called
Sculpting.
Franken editing as
Yes.
well, where they cut together a reaction on someone's face that was not to what they're actually reacting to what's
Right.
being said at that moment. And they play with these things, and some people don't realize that that's all done in editing.
A lot of times when they see dissatisfied with an answer, they've just actually farted. That's
Yeah, that's it. That's the look on their face. They just ripped one. Yeah. All right, one last thing. Deadline reports that Meghan Markle's Suits series has been on top of the Nielsen streaming chart for 6 weeks in a row.
What the hell is up with the Suits resurgence?
You know,
Showing 20 billion viewing minutes.
you remember, Nick, you were a big fan of Silk Stockings.
Yeah.
It was a sexy series.
Yeah, but I didn't have any other options when
Right,
Silk Stockings
right.
was on. I was
But
like,
I think it's just they push it like for whatever
They're
reason
pushing
they're
it.
pushing. So it
on
is
the
at
front
the
page.
it is
Yep.
on the front page. It is the first suggestion, whether that's in your wheelhouse or not, for whatever reason.
on that front page of Netflix, there's a real hot woman, and she's in her bra and panties, and it's a sexy shot. And I brought this up on the show a few weeks ago. Apparently, she's in one episode. That's it. She's a love interest. I think maybe even in the first episode or whatever. But it's good advertising because it grabbed my attention.
Do you know has some? I mean, Meghan Markle herself has a ton of sexy scenes.
I didn't get that one. My screenshot, Nick, is just two guys in suits.
Same.
But I want to ask, did it work?
You should get Nick's service.
Have you guys clicked on it at
Yes,
all?
I did
as well.
I watched the first episode and never went back.
Me too.
It now holds the second most amount of viewing minutes over the 6-week stretch, knocking Wednesday down to third place. Stranger Things maintains the number one spot following the release of the show's fourth season.
Yeah, that'll
by
change
way.
the second new Wednesday episodes come out.
Yeah. All right, so new movies opening on a Friday. Here we go. Changing it up.
Happy birthday.
That was for a listener who emailed in yesterday. It was her birthday and wanted us to change that up to the old one. So there you go. Happy birthday. All right, so movies opening today. Bottoms. It's comedy starring Rachel Sennett, Havana Rose Liu, and Kaya Gerber. Excuse me. Two quirky girls, PJ and Josie, decide to start a fight club as a way to lose their virginities to cheerleaders. Their bizarre plan works. The fight club gains traction, and soon the most popular girls in school are beating each other up in the name of self-defense. But PJ and Josie find themselves in over their heads and in need of a way out before their plan is exposed. It's an hour and 28 minutes long. It's rated R. It's a limited theater release, and it has a 99% rating at Rotten Tomatoes.
So Kaya Gerber is Cindy Crawford's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that.
All right, so also opening today is Golda. It is a biopic, or biopic, if you prefer that pronunciation. Stars Helen Mirren, Liev Schreiber, and Camille Cotton. Golda is a ticking clock thriller set in the tense 19 days of the Yom Kippur War in 1973. Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir is faced with the potential of Israel's complete destruction, must navigate overwhelming odds, a skeptical cabinet, and a complex relationship with the U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, with millions of lives in the balance. It's an hour and 41 minutes long. It's rated PG-13, limited theater release, and it has 49% at Rotten Tomatoes.
When they originally said Helen Mirren would be playing Golda Meir, I'm like, they're going to have to make up her, and they did. So, and I don't know, Bradley Cooper got all this complaining about, the Leonard Bernstein thing, and so there's clearly a lot of prosthetics on her.
Did they big nose her?
Well, she looks like Golda Meir. They did a good job.
I think it was the nose thing that for some reason pissed some people off. All right, also opening is The Hill. It's also a biopic or biopic. Dennis Quaid, Colin Ford, Joel Carter. Growing up impoverished in a small town in Texas, young Ricky Hill shows an extraordinary ability for hitting a baseball despite being burdened by leg braces from a degenerative spinal disease. His stern pastor father discourages Ricky from playing baseball to protect him from injury and to have him follow in his footsteps and become a preacher. As a young man, Ricky becomes a baseball phenomenon. His desire to participate in and try out for a legendary Major League scout divides the family and threatens Ricky's dream of playing professional baseball. 2 hours and 6 minutes long, rated PG, and wide theater release, Rotten Tomatoes score 33%.
Quick question. Who's been in more baseball movies, Kevin Costner or Dennis Quaid?
Wow.
It might be Dennis Quaid.
Dennis Quaid was in The Rookie.
Yeah.
He was in this one. What else?
There's another one in between The Rookie and this, and I'm trying to figure out what it was, Preston.
Okay.
The Nookie.
The Nookie. A little bit of a turn
cookie.
for him.
Dog's
And
life.
stick it up your yeah. All right. Then finally, Retribution is opening. It's an action mystery starring Liam Neeson.
Yeah, he got away from the action movies.
Yeah. Matthew Modine and Embeth Davids. When a mysterious caller puts a bomb under his car seat, Matt Turner begins a high-speed chase across the city to complete a specific series of tasks. With his kids trapped in the back seat and a bomb that will explode if they get out of the car, a normal commute becomes a twisted game of life and death as Matt follows the stranger's increasingly dangerous instructions in a race against time to save his family. It's an hour and a half long, rated R, wide theater release, and it only gets a 24%.
Well, and one of the things is that during the movie, that the only place he can eat is Sonic.
That's it.
He's got to stay in the car.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they get the curbside service. All right, we got clips to play. In Bottoms, two nerdy high school girls start a fight club. We were just talking about this. They try to get laid. And in this clip, Ayo Edebiri, I believe is how you say the last name, talks about mixing filmmaker Emma Seligman's unique style with the raunchiness of classic teenage comedies. Here we go.
Emma, who has done this sort of internal cool queer comedy, taking that voice and mixing it with the movies that we grew up loving, kind of funny, weird, raunchy teen comedies, stuff like Scott Pilgrim, cult classics, But I'm a Cheerleader, and sort of just mixing all those things together and making this beautiful little freak show. Yeah.
She's in The Bear. She's Sam.
Yeah.
I love her. She is so adorable on that show. She's fantastic. That's her character's name, right, Sam?
Yes.
Yeah, she's wonderful. Bottoms is playing now limited theaters.
Yes. Sydney.
Sydney, that's it. I'm sorry. And everywhere starting next week. Yeah, she's great. All right, next clip. Here we go. The Adult Swim series Metapocalypse is back for a single feature-length movie called Metapocalypse Army of the Doomstar. And here, co-creator Brendan Small talks about the decision to revive and conclude the series after 10 years.
Death Clock was asked to headline an Adult Swim Fest, and a pretty big one. So we were excited to do it. And then after that, conversations started getting had about potentially closing the show out with a movie. And that was very exciting to me, the idea of doing a movie rather than a miniseries or any other incarnation, but a proper kind of 3-act movie.
I don't give a
Metapocalypse Army of the Doomstar is out now on digital and Blu-ray. You can check that out. So that's our big, chunky entertainment report this morning.
It's for Kathy's birthday.
Got a lot to give. It was a special one for Kathy's birthday, most definitely. All right, let us take a break. We got a lot to get to today, gang. Our first guest is arriving. Our friend Connor Barwin will be by here shortly, so we'll chat with him, and we'll move along through this Friday morning. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR.
Clint has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't gonna
because
cut it.
the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot I won't go into all that.
No, that's more. I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you. God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. Mm-hmm. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
this. It sounds like you're at an air show. He's a preacher. He's a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Mm-hmm.
Airliner. So this is back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
there's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church. Or whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but there was the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's saying, okay, how can I
tie this back into what's my spiel?
Yeah.
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Yeah, good. Yeah. All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it. Mm-hmm. And just
he's praying over the corrosion in his aircraft.
Praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed.
Yeah.
Because we were coming in for a landing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And just as plain,
listen to this.
The Lord said to me,
okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
The Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it.
Listen to the people talk. And he says, what?
What? Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. What? Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. This is your thing. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Oh.
Self-pleasuring.
Yes.
And listen to the people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the.
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had
previous
come in
owner
a
could
hard
have
time.
gone down a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just went, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it.
I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. And it felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good. I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah.
To pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are
one,
you out of your mind?
right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over and praised God and laid hands on that and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
He's serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded. Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong.
I said, maybe the x-rays.
Oh, my God.
Are wrong.
If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
I said, oh, maybe. I just maybe.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: take him out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh my
You know what I
God.
mean? So there's a
fail-safe.
a built-in fail-safe.
So we laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're buying this.
Yeah.
Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedures.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
Listen, in the world of Goop, that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
Is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something... she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. Ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah, that's how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when somebody, I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, like then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like,
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not this kid walking along,
All right, thank you, Kathy. Our next guest has a pretty straightforward goal, which is to make the world better.
And is well on his way.
He's been doing it, and he's stopped by many times. We were happy to welcome back once again, Mr. Connor Barwin.
Good morning.
To our show. How you doing, man?
I'm doing very good. It's good to see you guys. Once every year I come in here and talk about the show. It's great. You all look great.
Yeah, thank you. That's wonderful. It's Kathy's birthday today, so she's shining.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Shining.
So she's 21. She's going to have her first beer later on.
First margarita.
I've been to the show in the past, Connor. It's an awesome concert. I think it was pre-pandemic, maybe 2019. And I saw Strand of Oaks that year.
Future Islands, I think.
Future Islands, yeah. Who's on the bill this year?
Hey, before you asked that, was it at the Dell at this this venue? Because I've driven by it, and I've never been there for a show before.
It's fantastic. It's like the opposite side of the river version of the Man.
Yeah,
it looks great.
It actually was the original Man. There's some interesting history.
Really?
But it's been around a really long
known
time.
as You to Man.
Well, that was Del River East, and this was Del River West, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so they're like sister venues or whatever, and yeah, it's a great venue. It's a really cool place to see a show, and so who is on the bill this weekend?
So it's Alex G, who's from Philly, is headlining with Always. So it's going to be an awesome show. The Dell is 5,000 seats. It's outside. looks like it's going to be a beautiful night. It's the 10th year we've been doing this show, which is incredible.
It's wild because even with what you were bringing to it as far as your notoriety and everything, to sell a show like this that is an eclectic mix of different artists and so on and so forth, it can be problematic. But now the event is the event. It's reached that status.
Yeah.
And that's very cool. It's got to be gratifying.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it is. It is hard to sell 5,000 tickets. And we've been able to do it the last few years. It started with the War on Drugs, Future Islands, Japanese Breakfast did it last year, and now Alex G is doing it. And he's from Philly, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Can I ask about the artwork for this poster? It has a picture of a girl with her hands covering her ears. She's screaming, ah, and there is a parrot flying in her face doing the same thing, screaming. What is that?
I have no
You don't
idea.
know?
No idea.
This is your event.
I have no idea. This was totally run by the artist, but you should.
Who's the artist?
I mean Alex G and always it's sort of a co-headlining tour. So they've been on tour together all summer, and sort of we got put in their tour because they wanted to do something special here in Philly.
Right.
So we had nothing to do with this artwork. But if you come to the show, I can introduce you and you can ask them.
Ask them.
What the hell's with the bird?
No, I love stuff like that. I love weird, for no particular reason.
Yeah, just randomly done up.
I love that type of stuff. Wow.
So with these artists, and obviously you said this is a co-headlining thing that's already been going on, coming to town. You have very eclectic music sensibilities. Is this something that now you've let other people help decide, or is a lot of this just your personal taste being reflected up on stage?
Well, I think for the most part, it's always been indie rock shows, which is my what I like to go see for the most part. But no, it's a collaborative effort. I mean, booking shows is so hard because schedules are so hard.
Oh, that's why we're having the barbecue in September.
Yeah.
It can be tough with different conflicting schedules.
Exactly. So I'm very much a part of it. Always been a part of it. But there's a lot of people involved. Alex G it's cool to have this show because I met him when I was playing for the Eagles in 2014. His first show he ever did at Union Transfer, and I remember meeting him backstage and getting to know him a little bit. And so been trying for years to get this show, and then to finally have it this year is going to be great.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, and I mentioned, obviously, the Make the World Better Foundation. You guys, you rebuild parks, you do all kinds of great things. What are some of the projects you've been working on lately?
Yeah, so we're finishing up Vera Rec Center, which we've been working on for over a year now. Construction is a $20+ million project in Grays Ferry. It's freaking almost done. I would tell people to go on our Instagram and see it. It'll be the best rec center that's been built in Philly.
$20+ million.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know
a
what?
lot of fundraising. A lot of good partners involved.
I always think of you and the good work that your organization does. Sometimes you'll pass a park that's in disarray, and you're like, that is a missed opportunity, and so that's what all of this, it does mean something, and you help, focus on that. What an important aspect of that is for generations.
Well, I think sports, concerts bring people together, and really parks, and every kid deserves a safe place to play, and I'm so proud of the projects we've done, because I believe we've partnered with community in the right way, and they've been sustainable. I mean, the other day, I was driving by Ralph Brooks Park at 20th and Tasker. It is freaking packed every weekend with people. I mean, packed. It's insane. And since we were part of revitalizing that park, there hasn't been a single problem at 20th and Tasker at that park in like 8 years.
No kidding.
Unbelievable. And it's just because sports, community building, all of it brings like a tight community where everybody knows each other and holds each other accountable, and
they
just
become
knows
protective.
Sort of what's allowed and what's not allowed. And it's been really cool to see, and really happy for everybody down there.
That's why it's great to turn it over like the M. Night Shyamalan, his organization. He says, okay, here's the funding. You know what you need. Do what you need to do.
It's the
rather than
exact
having
same sort of model.
Right,
Exactly.
a bureaucrat come in who has no idea what's going on there and try to take care of the problem.
Yep, exactly.
Well, outside of the concert, which, by the way, is tomorrow night at the Dell, and tickets, you can just get them at Ticketmaster.com. Look at the Make the World Better benefit concert. But we got to hear about this Kelsey documentary.
Yeah.
And you were a producer on this, right?
Yes. Yep. Me and Kelsey.
He's about to take a drink of water, and then he does better on it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess I call myself an executive producer. I'm still sort of figuring out what that means. But
Money.
Me and Jason. Yep. Me and Jason. We had this idea 2 years ago because we thought he was going to retire. Almost 2.5 years ago. We thought he was going to retire, and we got together and we're like, well, maybe we'll, start filming stuff outside of the facility at home. So we hired a filmmaker. We hired Don Argo and Sheena Joyce, who when I first moved to Philly, I watched the doc, The Art of the Steal, and always loved that doc.
What the high school is Sheena Joyce?
Yeah, Sheena's awesome. So we hired them 2.5 years ago, and they started filming, Kelsey and his family outside of football. And thank God he kept playing. He didn't retire. And at this point, like, Don and Sheena had gotten very comfortable with Kelsey and his family, and we had sort of figured out, like, the logistics of all this kind of stuff. And so going into last year, we really had sort of this thing tuned up, and Don and Sheena sort of captured everything. Kelsey was open to everything. His family was open. And just, it quickly we saw what happened last year. We're like, maybe this isn't a retirement film. Maybe this is just a really special year that we gathered sort of all this incredible content in Don and then put it into a movie. And we partnered with NFL Films once the playoffs started. And then really excited that Amazon wants to distribute it with everybody and share it next week.
I mean, the greatest chapter, arguably, in his life and the family's life, and just the dynamics of if it would be like, we stopped filming at Pearl Harbor on, December 5th. It's like, here's the story coming up, and
exactly.
So you got all of this and an incredible family dynamic and all of that stuff. So for your initial taste as an executive producer on a documentary, did you catch a bug, or is it something you will not pursue?
No, I caught the bug.
Good.
I really enjoyed it.
What about the Preston and Steve?
Our road to the Super Bowl.
Listen, I know there's one part that makes this film work, and it's Jason Kelsey. So, no, I'll say it's a really special film that I'm proud of. But I think Philly will really love it because it's a Philly story.
Oh, that's great.
We hired a Philly filmmaker. It's really cool.
There is, in the trailer, there's one scene where he's sitting down with other retired Eagles, and it's like, okay, he's getting ready to hang him up. And he's been, like you said, he's been ready for a couple of years now. But that one, when I saw it, I was like, oh no, he's really going. This is it.
Well, he thought he was 2 years ago. That's from 2 years ago. It's a great scene. There's Todd Harriman, Brent Selleck, Jason Devine. There's countless guys at that table. Mike Quick is in the trailer, but there's a bunch of guys in that scene.
I'm sorry.
What is it about him, you think, why people connect with him so so naturally?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, and this is in the film a lot, and why the film works and why docs work if you have somebody willing to do this, is he is just his freaking self.
Yeah.
Like he's so incredibly confident of just being himself, but at the same time, again, I've known him since we were in college together. He's just always trying to like improve, get better, ask people what they think of what he's working on, but still at the same time, himself all the time. And I think that's a
rare individual, that is that way. Wow.
Connor, you and Jason and I were at the same event a couple of weeks ago. We were all at the Mount Joy show, and I had gotten word ahead of time that Jason might come out and do the Eagles chant. So I had my phone ready when I thought that was going to happen, and so it wasn't a surprise to me, but it was a surprise to everybody in the audience. And the place went nuts. It exploded with this energy, and it was because that dude was out on stage. And it's funny, I think, for us, because we've known you for a long time. We've known Jason for quite a while. But he's sort of become the superstar now, and especially locally, but it's beyond that. It's really interesting for us to see, I think, his growth.
Yeah, it's been cool. I was talking with, me and Brent Selleck went to college with him, and we've known him since he was a walk-on at Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Wow. And when sort of when I told Brent about Amazon buying the film, and Brent had known about it for a long time, and we're just, talking about what's happened with his podcast and everything. I mean, Brent said it just sort of off the cuff to me, and it's like, you wouldn't want this to happen this is the perfect guy for all this to happen to, because he's such a good dude. He's such a good dude. He's the perfect guy for all this to happen to.
How much of it was the Mummers outfit at the because that's when it really...
Well, that's when it started.
That's when it started.
Yeah. The podcast is a huge part of it. The success of the season, last year is a huge part. It's all of it. It's all coming together.
So finally, a microphone was put in front of his face.
The whole time. All the time.
No, I'm talking about the Super Bowl parade. And so finally, a microphone and a camera is put in front of his face, and the world, especially the people of Philadelphia, got to see who he was, and something that you have known for years and years and years.
Exactly. And I'll say this. When we about the doc a little bit. And we went and sold this film. So you meet with HBO, you meet Netflix, with Amazon, everybody. And we're thankful for Amazon, and they're the perfect partner. But what was really cool for me, and I'm tying this back to what you just said, is I would have, creative people, management sort of text me or email after every time we sort of sent them a rough cut and be like, damn, I wish I was a Philly Like, I wish I had I wish my fan base was like that. Like, everybody, like, people from Carolina or Buffalo or wherever, Detroit, like, man, I wish I grew up with a fan base like that. Because it's like now I think this is going to be interesting for an audience outside of Philly to see what it's really like to play here.
Yeah.
Like, this film captures that, and I think people are jealous outside of Philly for being like, I'm not part of a fan base like
Connor, we've heard that echoed by, we've had a number of veteran players of different
Croc
sports.
and LeClaire were both saying it.
Both saying exactly the same thing. They feel sorry because, you have this reputation, which you are well aware of. And they say they are sorry for people who responded to that fear and didn't get to play here.
Yeah. No,
so this is probably an impossible question to ask, but do you think we would love Jason Kelce if he never played in Philadelphia? If he played anywhere else? Like, do you think?
Yeah. But it was, of course, I mean, he's just ridiculously talented on and off the field, and people would have saw that and got to know it. But,
we like his brother.
It was perfect. Exactly. Like
here.
It was perfect for him to be here.
Yeah.
And his wife is from Philly, and she is the most Philly girl ever, and she's a freaking star in the movie. So it worked out perfect.
We had John Kruk and John LeClaire on the show after the Trey Turner standing ovation, and it was really interesting to hear their response to Philly positivity. And we've said this countless times over and over again that, the city gets bashed for Negadelphians and whatever else, and that exists. But it was so heartwarming and wonderful to see people embrace Trey, who's played great since then. And I don't know, it was, as a sports fan, as a lifelong Philadelphian, it just made me really proud and happy to be a part of this city.
Yeah, I think you'll have the same feeling when you watch this film, and that was really cool what they did for Trey Turner. That was awesome.
I want to ask about the process. You mentioned going to HBO and going to the different, that's a big league thing to do. You're going in and you're talking to the people. Go, okay, how are we going to commit to this? I mean, with all that you've been through, and obviously you've played sports in front of thousands and thousands of people and been a part of big events. What was that like? Was that at all nerve-wracking?
I think the first one was really nerve-wracking because I didn't know exactly
the process.
Yeah. But essentially, after I did it the first time, then it was pretty easy. I mean, you just go on there. We'd go on there with Don and Sheena, maybe a couple other people, and then it was always on Zoom, and then a bunch of people on the other side. And you just sort of, my role was to just talk about the process of how this all came together.
Right.
And then usually they would start firing back questions, and that was it. But yeah, the first time was really nervous because you don't know how this whole thing works. You know, but it was a lot of fun to sort of go through it.
It's cool.
I love professional football. I can't get enough of it. I'm so excited.
I love football.
Well, listen, less than 2 weeks, the entire season kicks off, and I cannot wait. I watch Hard Knocks. I watched the quarterback documentary, which was awesome, right? And so, but like, what I like about those is because of how much I love the product on the field, I want to know about the people off the field. And so when I was watching the quarterback documentary with his, Mahomes and Mariota and Kirk Cousins, you get this idea of who they are off the field. This documentary, would you say percentage-wise, how much is like on the field stuff and off the field stuff?
It's maybe. I mean, I know the actual minutes we had to buy of on the field stuff.
Okay.
So, but it's much more off the field than quarterback. Obviously, Hard Knocks. I mean, this is. I thought quarterback was really, really good. Obviously, everybody loves Hard Knocks, but this is different. I mean, this is a 2-year project with a Philly filmmaker, and Skydance is involved, Amazon's involved, NFL Films is involved, and I would give all of them so much credit because they let Don make a movie. Like, they did not, I know Hard Knocks has approvals, everyone's sort of approving.
That's why Aaron Rodgers didn't want to do it.
Yeah, the quarterbacks had approvals on everything on Netflix. Kelce sort of, let everybody sort of make creative decisions and put it all out there. So I think this is like a much different personal look, and this is going to be good for the NFL, because the other sports or Drive to Survive, people want sort of this inside look. And this is, I think, one of the first times you've sort of like really peeled it back at the NFL level with one of the best players.
Well, on a documentary level, to do your own organization, the music festival. I mean, you could turn this. That is a story. You're smiling. Is it in the works?
No, it's not. It's not in the works, but that's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about a very visceral thing that would connect to an audience, I think that's a great subject matter.
I like that. That's good.
So
I'll work as executive producer.
these next few days all across the country is going to be pretty tough because a lot of people are going to lose jobs. And as a player and now as a, I don't know, a coach, coach? Is what
Yeah, I'm in between a coach and the front office. I run player development for us.
You're a froach.
How difficult is this for you? Because you've lived it on the other side, with the pads on and now with the pads off.
Yeah, it's a really hard. Tuesday is cut day. You go from 90 to 53 guys. It's brutal. Nick and Howie are doing that like in person. That I know that's hard. But for me, I look at it sort of the other way. What an incredible opportunity and exciting day for the guys that make the team. I mean, for one that stands out is like Reed Blankenship. Like Reed was undrafted last year, had a great camp. Who knew if he would make the team? I remember thinking, I barely knew if he was going to make the team.
Right.
Just because of the numbers at the end. And then this guy made the team and then had the year he did and now is playing as well as he had through camp. So, there's always a handful of guys like that.
I don't know how you guys
I'm
are
so excited for them and what they've done for their life and their career and excited for the future for them.
I don't know how you guys are able to differentiate between like talent skill levels. When you have that collection of people, it's like they are all the best at what they do. You know what I mean? At every single level that they went to, like they had always, risen to the top. And then you get to this point where you got to go, okay, you got to make a decision here.
Well, there's a lot of people involved, and we still make a lot of mistakes, as everybody knows.
But you're also you're at a pro level yourself, so you it's easier to discern than we're just going, that looks great. So the context is a lot different.
Yeah, no, exciting time though. I mean, and then I will sort of say, we cut from 90 to 53, but the NFL isn't the most brutal place. We do add 16 practice squad players, so a lot of these guys that get cut, they come back. And they make a pretty good living on practice squad too.
Yeah.
So it's not a
Right.
bad gig.
All right. Well, listen, in the meantime, full steam ahead because the show is tomorrow. It's Make the World Better benefit concert tomorrow night at the Dell. It's Alex G., Philly native. And Always, that's how you pronounce the band's name? They're
Always.
Canadian, I read? Okay.
Correct.
I'm not familiar, but I'm sure they're a great
Canada.
band. Canada. There you go. What can you say? A lot of great bands have come out of Canada.
Yeah.
It's true.
Len.
Yeah. Rush.
Nickelback.
Len.
Did you say Len?
Well, Steal My Sunshine is
Were
all
they
over the-
Canadian?
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
Okay.
What about Brian Adams?
Yeah.
Nickelback.
Well, wait a minute. The who's the
Gino
old-time-
Vanelli.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
Christ.
Guess who?
No.
Yeah.
Well, yes, but that's not who I'm thinking of.
Gordon Lightfoot.
Give him a minute.
I'm not even going to try.
No, I want to know.
The guy who
do it.
died, he had brain cancer, lead singer, Gordy.
Gordy LaChance from Stand By Me.
Jesus Christ, you people are no help.
Oh, I know. Tragically Hip.
Thank you.
Yeah. Tragically Hip.
Most popular Canadian band ever.
Bare Naked Ladies. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Always.
Gordon Lightfoot.
So many great Canadian bands.
Len.
Loverboy's Canadian?
Yes.
They are.
Mike Reno was born in Ontario.
Yeah.
Connor, you want to add any?
I'm looking at the list. That's pretty good. Arcade Fire, Sum 41. There
Triumph.
you go.
Me and Chuck's
Triumph.
one of our all-time favorite bands.
Wow.
April Wine.
Simple Plan.
Boy, it just goes on and on. doesn't it?
Steppenwolf.
Skinny Puppy.
Give it up for Canada, everybody.
There you go. Always with two V's. Saturday.
Of course, it helps.
By the way, the reason I asked if that's how you pronounce their name, they spell their name Alvvays. So I guess the two V's together make a W. So Always, and that's
It's
how
like
that
Dead
works
Mouse
out.
5.
Well, listen, Connor's got a great ear for music, and he puts on great shows, and the organization is phenomenal, the Make the World Better Foundation. So you definitely want to help out with this, and you can get tickets at Ticketmaster.com. But the show is tomorrow night, so go check that out. Great to see you, Connor.
Good to see you.
Good luck with everything. Anytime, man. All right, that's it for Connor Barwin, guys. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back. The Beat File is on the way next.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
She writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because of that extensive
amongst-
survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something, but what do you mean most
Yeah,
women?
but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because anybody, I mean, just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think it's, no, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
I can see that.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred it, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say, ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know. I just.
You keep going back to old.
No, the standard thing would be pretty good, ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
My gosh darn bit. I'm looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to show respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just. We just don't like it.
And that's fine.
But all right,
it's your personal
I don't
preference.
think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what do you want your
like
server? What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your table?
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
Young, sorry, I'm lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fast.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And I was with Elisa. We're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, we stand there, and he goes, "Hi." And so we were like, "Do you want to see your ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
Clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now.
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart. Then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well.
And vomit.
Animal feces, vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Cable cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. He said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm on the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the ticket, though.
He bought the jumbo box,
Yeah,
too.
it was there.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to
I'm
comment
in the Church of Satan, too.
Marilyn Man? And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker.
Makes sense.
He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping
I'm
up
also a Nazi.
this week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, it
lights
glowing
up
to
like
my
my
heart.
heart.
And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know,
Like
it's
this,
so
Preston.
it's such a shame.
She's got the lips like...
Yes, yeah, full
Let
on,
me see.
full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And I'm like, who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of...
It's kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't. You can't
be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly,
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make it
necklace?
different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The
Not-
pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like no, but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twinkie wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
Oh, no,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God.
My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or
tiny
something?
flashlight.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try this.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of it goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. Okay. They don't see that outside the bubble.
All right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah,
Yes.
Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, it looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or some sort of
fantasy, sci-fi thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour.
So Tegan, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajic wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
Preston,
wouldn't it?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
The Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met. No question. And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages.
WMMR.
Before we officially ring in No Sabro Friday with our Froggy song, I do want to mention and thank our friends at Hill Buick GMC in Newtown Square, because we just sent the Preston Steve Cooling Caravan from Duncan over there. So thank you to Ruth Nolan for submitting. They got about 35 people on the site, technicians and staff. So we had our friends with the MM Army swing by with the Preston and Steve Cooling Caravan from Duncan and give them some iced coffee to start the day off.
Delicious.
And then they are on their way to the second stop. Right now, they are on their way to, do I announce this now? Or?
Oh, why not? Yeah.
Okay, DFT Incorporated. They are check valve and control valve manufacturer in Exton, Pennsylvania.
Covering some turf.
So you will be able to spend some time with the Cooling Caravan in a little while, gang. So we'll thank the official peeps in a little bit.
Yep, and we're doing this again on Monday.
Yeah, that is correct. So you can go to PrestonandSteve.com and sign up. Maybe we'll come by and see it. That'd be wonderful. All right, let's do this Friday thing.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Sequoia Outback. Sequoia's got everything you can imagine to make your deck or outside space a source of comfort and pride. And you can save during their annual end-of-season sale, which is going on now. Route 309 in Hatfield or at decksupplies.com. All right, man, this is wild. I saw the video of this. Police body cam video captured a scary and bizarre incident for one Seattle family. A man allegedly broke into their home in broad daylight on Friday and started chugging gasoline.
Oh, man.
Whoa.
Officers got to the location after a man said his 17-year-old daughter told him that someone with a wooden stick was trying to break into their home. Police said when they got there, the daughter was too scared to answer the door for officers. And while still outside, police said they heard loud banging noises coming from inside the house. And fearing for the daughter's safety, they broke into the front door. Officers said they found a man inside the homeowner's car in the garage. He had a gas can and a hammer in his lap. When they asked him to get out of the car, the man started drinking the gasoline right out of this gas can. Officers said they told the man to get out, but he refused, and he continued to chug the gasoline. Police broke the driver's side window and took the man out of the car. They said the man resisted officers while they pulled him out, but was eventually taken into custody. The Seattle Fire Department provided aid to the man. Once he was in custody, officers found the 17-year-old on the second floor of the home and took her to safety.
The guy eventually stopped Casey because he
ran out of gas.
Yeah!
The 40-year-old man was arrested for alleged burglary. But it's wild, man. That's nasty.
I'm not a doctor. I think that's probably not good for you.
I think it's an unsafe practice, yes. A man was recently arrested and hit with a felony charge after allegedly stealing an entire porch in Georgia.
He's
from
an
a
actual porch pirate.
He is the real deal. The accused porch thief in question was identified as Robin Swanger.
Now I have to steal a house.
He ignored multiple trespassing signs when he entered his neighbor's property and stole a wooden porch. An investigator described the item as a full 8-foot by 10-foot porch.
You stole a porch.
According to police, while the property from which Swanger is alleged to have nabbed the structure looks abandoned, it is indeed not the case. In fact, the owner had put up aforementioned no trespassing warnings as part of efforts to keep people off his property.
That's what set him off.
In addition to the felony, Swanger has been charged with a pair of domestic violence-related counts.
I had heard, Presto, that there were the geese in the yard that were telling him not to do it, but he doesn't speak Portuguese.
He doesn't speak Portuguese.
So he didn't say anything to them. That's right.
That's what you heard. And you adjusted yourself in your chair, too.
I did, always.
A longtime patient who fought against a consolidation plan involving a family health care center in the Bronx died in a stairwell to the facility last week, but wasn't discovered until 5 days later.
They say they took steps to rescue him.
We're going to get this all
Yes!
This is Montefiore's Family Health Center. So Sari Mao, who is a 57-year-old woman, lived in the group home in the Bronx and was found unconscious and unresponsive Monday after someone reported a foul odor coming from the building emergency stairwell.
You know, like a rotting body.
A preliminary investigation found she fell and died the previous Wednesday, but no criminality was suspected. The cause of death was hypertensive cardiovascular disease. Mao, a Cambodian refugee, had participated in a campaign last year to stop Montefiore from consolidating the family health center and 2 other Bronx clinics. Apparently, 2 employees said the incident reminded them of the 2015 death of a Montefiore employee who was found in a locked bathroom on the health system's Einstein campus 4 days after disappearing from the emergency room.
That's a little suspicious.
So they've had a few things happen here before, but a current employee said the door to the stairwell where Mao was found is marked with an emergency exit sign in English, but no other languages, even though the clinic sees many patients with limited English proficiency. In Vermont, a Ridgeford man appeared before a judge on Wednesday after police say they discovered a family member buried in the backyard of his home. Sean Bear pleaded not guilty to misdemeanor charges of unauthorized burial or removal of a body after his father died at their house. According to documents, Timothy Bear, 65 years old, died in the home on August 11th. In an interview with police, Timothy's son, Sean Bear, told them that his dad had COPD and colon cancer, among other health issues.
They said it was a grisly scene.
Oh, my man!
The affidavit states Timothy Bear's body began to decompose inside the home before being buried in a shallow grave in the backyard. Police said that they were alerted to the home after receiving 911 from Sean Bear's sister. After investigating, troopers say that the home was in complete disarray with feces and other evidence of decomposition. It was doo-doo too, Steve. It's unclear what the circumstances surrounding this incident or why Sean Bear did not call for help. He was released on his own recognizance and is said to appear back in court. So the guy just died and they just buried him in the yard. They're not being charged for anything nefarious in his death. It's just they buried him in the yard.
I would assume, and I don't know if this is maybe based on rural jurisdictions or whatever, if you did live like in an area, is it legal if a family member dies for you to just bury them.
It is, but you have to get the proper permits to do it. So that's part of that story said that in some cases you can bury a loved one on your property, but you have to, it's like building a deck out back. You got to get the code.
They find out you buried somebody without the proper permit.
Ivana is buried on a golf course, is she not?
Who's this?
Ivana Trump?
Yes. Well,
Really?
right.
No.
Well, and apparently it's not being kept up. Yeah, the area where it's grown over.
Oh my God.
It's like a sand trap.
I would imagine that the proper paperwork was filled out for that, though. But
well, that's what answering his question. Are you allowed to do that? Like, yeah, I'm sure that there's some.
You can only bury loved ones in golf courses.
Only on golf courses. You know that bump on the green?
Yeah.
You go over sometimes.
That's my dad.
Yeah, he's a little left.
Yeah,
to
you
right
want to go
brain.
left to my dad here.
You put the tea in his mouth.
One last story. Third grade Oklahoma teacher Kimberly Coates was arrested for being drunk in class on the first day of school. Coates was taken out of the classroom to meet with the superintendent and a police officer. The superintendent suspected the teacher had been drinking at school. When asked what was in her cup, Coates reportedly claimed that it was juice. A police officer smelled her cup and said, and I quote, "That there was wine." Want to try again? After taking a breathalyzer, her blood alcohol level was 0.24 or 3 times the legal limit. That's pretty damn buzzed.
The other
0.24.
teachers say they're overcoats.
She was arrested for public intoxication.
Her last name's Coates. Got it.
And there, I didn't get it either. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, let us take a break. But you know what? I want to do this now.
What?
I would like to give away a pair, or should I save these for later?
You want to? I feel like I want you to save them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. We're not giving anything away right now.
But
later on,
that was a dry run.
I forgot we're doing the Connoisseur, and we're going to need prizes.
Because no one likes to bid if we don't.
For that. No, it's not true. They like it a lot. But we're in the Connoisseur, we'll have Sting and Shaggy tickets.
Oh, well, that's a pretty big ticket item.
I forgot, Casey, that we were doing that later on. And I apologize to those of you who have been standing
And
by.
Chris Agon, the skull sealer.
Apologize.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
So
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chris Agon, the philosopher of evil,
And the skull sealer. Yes, of course. Right. Okay. So we'll have your chance in a little bit. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. So we're going to have comedian Jared Freid on when we return. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers can host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the newlywed game.
It's the same thing, actually. Yeah. In fact, this is the newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal. Sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the following three would he select? Is it golf, drumming, or cooking? You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do for the rest of his life?
Wow. This one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die. So I went with golf.
Casey says golf. Steve, your reply is?
No, I had to think about these as well because I know that he adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, and so I say cooking.
cooking. Two different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have two golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting.
Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have three golfs.
Wow.
Preston, what is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go, I'm going to say, agree with Steve, I'd give up cooking. Somebody else can make that food for me. And even though I have shoulder and back problems, I still love the game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here, grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice balls.
Got a couple balls? All right, so
And they're moist.
Steve got the lone point on that one.
Who's keeping score?
Casey is.
And who's our person who's won?
Well, it's going to be
It's
a
gonna
total.
be after the
It's going to be a
game.
total at the
All
end.
right.
So-
Question 2.
All right.
While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in a one-on-one situation. Which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No.
In English.
In English. Preston is least at ease. He's the most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this question.
I don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, when we were out in London, Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
No, to each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing and whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves.
Yes. You have.
We've spent a lot
Shared
of time
D-pics?
with hot tubs together and all that sort of stuff.
have.
So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and one-on-one. And I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mix or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this one.
Wow. All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right, now we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's till death do us part. Love Preston dearly, and we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common than do we, Preston and myself. So I think everyone here has something more than I have, at least in that level. And I think we sort of keep a lot of what we share
For the studio,
for the
right?
show.
Yeah.
And that's why I said me.
Yeah. But that makes sense. I get that. And finally, Kathy.
So, like everyone but Casey, they chose themselves,
Yes.
which is also what I did.
You
I
did.
thought it was me.
Isn't this telling?
What does this say about me? You guys all think I don't like you.
No. It's not about not liking.
I think it's like everyone else better.
Yeah. So tell me, Preston.
All right. I'm going to tell you with an explanation and a follow-up as well.
We don't have that much time, so...
the guys are off the hook because I am more uncomfortable with attractive women when I'm alone with them. So there's that. And
what are you saying?
we have two beautiful women that work here, even though they're very, very good friends of mine. That doesn't change that fact.
Right.
And this person that I would feel I'd have to say, God, it's not that I don't feel uncomfortable with any of you. No, but having to choose, having to pick one, there's one that I kind of seek approval from because she's so great at what she does and a perfectionist in this business, and it's Marissa.
Wow.
So it's important to me what she thinks of me, and so therefore I would be a little nervous. Now listen, about that night in London, I'll tell you what it was. I showed up, you had all your friends there, you didn't introduce me to any of your friends, and you didn't say who I was, and I was kind of mad about that.
Wow. The truth comes out.
Yeah.
If we're going to be totally honest, that's why I closed down.
And it nagged at him for months.
Till this very moment.
Oh my God.
No.
How could you?
And waiting in the waiting room is a therapist to work with both of you.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
Preston.
Joyce Brothers.
I guess I didn't want to be like, hey guys, this is Preston.
But
you guys know Preston.
Your lack of decorum has won you the point. So there you go.
There you go. Nice job.
That's the point.
We're moving over to Steve Morrison right
We'll
now.
hug later.
All right. A little known fact about the enigma that is Steve Morrison is that his great-grandparents on his father's side lost their lives to Titanic, both having choked to death on Twizzlers during a matinee showing. With that in mind, if Steve was Rose from the movie Titanic floating on that door with room for only one member of the Preston and Steve show, who would he save?
Wow.
Man. All right, 15 seconds to write your answer down. That's hysterical.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy, huh?
That was easy.
I wrote it down right away.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Okay, we're going to start with you, Kathy. Who is it?
Okay, so after today's conversation, if we were on the Titanic, we would have had to pack in suitcases or in a hotel room, a little tiny hotel room you have to share with somebody. We had no idea that this was going to go down. So he is going to save me for sure.
Oh.
Great reasoning.
Wow. I like the part about going down. Steve.
I'm last.
Steve.
He's last.
Yes.
He goes last. So
That's right.
Yeah,
Nick, I'm sorry.
I'm going with basic math here, and Steve is going to need more room, so I'm going with the tiniest member of the Preston and Steve show, Marissa, so they can both fit on the door.
Wow. Okay,
All right.
Marissa, we'll go to you.
Well, the true Steve Morrison would actually give up the door and let two other people out.
You're right. Oh, my.
She's
Because
right.
this is a hypothetical, I also agree with Nick, and it would be me just for size reasons. That's it.
Size matters. Okay, Preston.
Okay. This might be a little selfish, but without Preston, there ain't no Preston and Steve show. And we still have a future to think about after this horrible tragedy. Well, I'm saying me.
All right.
Yes.
Casey?
So I would think like right after everybody got rescued, Steve would go back to work the very next day, and it wouldn't sound good to have the Casey and Steve show or the Kathy and Steve or Nick and Steve and Marissa and Steve. It can only be Preston and Steve.
Yeah, Robin Preston's dead, so that wouldn't work. Okay. And finally, Steve.
All legitimate reasons, but I had to break it down on survival, likeliest to survive in the situation. Both Kathy and Casey are swimmers. Casey has saved my life here in the studio, but they are both capable swimmers. Preston is very resourceful and could survive, I think. Nick as well. And for the person I think who would be in the most dire situation vis-a-vis their size and lack of insulation, Marissa.
Wow.
Just because you guys would all be fine on your own.
Not to dismiss Nick's point of extra elbow room on the door.
Nick and Marissa.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest is joining us via Zoom. He is promoting a couple of things. His stand-up special is out on Netflix now. It is called 37 and Single. And he's going to be in our town.
Yes.
In October on the 20th at the Fillmore, by the way.
Good, great venue.
On his nationwide tour. Please give some love to Jared Freid this morning. Good day, Jared.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me.
Happy to have you. You posted some nice things about us on social saying that you were coming on the show. So thank you for doing that, man.
Are you kidding me? Well, listen, first, let me start with happy birthday, Kathy.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. What people don't know about me is I also do a little bit of Zoom stripping on the side.
Oh, dude, that's great.
right.
Yeah.
Kathy, you were wondering if we were going to do
Steve.
something special for you this morning.
Yeah, they told me your type is a chubby Jew, so
Here you go.
Playing some stripper music for you.
play it. Hit the music.
Little champagne room action.
A thing of beauty.
That's right.
That's right.
Man.
So I watched the special and
Thank you.
Yeah, and really enjoyed it. And these things are, what goes into them. It seems like it's just you pointing a camera to stand-up comedian, blah blah blah. And we've since come to realize that there's so much more involved that you really want it to reflect you. But there's a step further in this. You actually funded this special yourself, right? You raised the money for it. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, 80 grand is what I heard.
Yeah, I went on a podcast. I hate saying that, but I invested my own money. That's kind of the world we live in now.
Yes.
I have this material. I was touring it for a year and a half. I wanted to move on from the material. How do I do that? How do I get it off of my mind? And I need to package it in some way. And no one is knocking on my door ever. I've been doing comedy for 13 years and nobody's ever been like, we got to put you in a movie. You got to put you in a TV show. No. I made my own podcast. I've been, I'm cold calling you two to come on your show. So, I mean.
No, it makes complete sense because I will contend that, having done some stand-up in my life, and we know a lot of stand-ups, you were on Kreischer's show.
Yeah.
You've got to be marketing. It's almost like Glenn Ross comedy style. You always have to be selling. And so the fact that you did this way makes all the sense in the world.
Well, it's been really kind of heartwarming to hear from other comics that are like, wow, it does happen. I think we believe that, if I make it, someone might buy it or someone might follow me or someone might come to my show. It's a very linear process that doesn't have to be anything difficult. Hey, I want to go up and make people laugh and I want people to buy a ticket for that. That's the reality. You can talk to some comics who want to ignore that and be like, oh, I'm an artist. I don't need anyone in the room. I'll have the pigeons laugh at me. No. I need people to like what I do, and I want to put it out there to be liked. So I made the special, I taped it, I paid for it, and then I brought Betches, the media company who I work with on my podcast. They were the co-producers. So we were like, let's go together. Let's take their following and might and all they have going, and let's come together to try and sell this thing. And everyone said no. And then Netflix, we've been talking to since March. They were like, it's not a no yet, which that's how sad I am. I'm like, yes, not a no yet. I'm dancing in the streets.
You're telling me there's a chance.
Right, exactly. And then they came back and literally a month ago, they're like, we're going to do it. We're down. We love it. And it is funny how quickly you go from, how could no one buy my special? And Netflix is like, we're buying it. And then you go, how could anyone want to buy my special? Immediately your brain changes. And I think it is a snapshot of my life on December 2022, 37, single, all the frustrations with dating apps. I went through a breakup, talking about breakups. I'm talking about my friends who are on the next phase of life with kids and having gender reveal parties while I'm still at a bar talking to 25-year-old girls about things I have no understanding of. I'm talking about body issues. I'm talking about late night eating. It is meant to be watched with your significant other on the couch, with your friends, with a big group. It is, I'm not afraid of being relatable. I'm not trying to tell you a tragic story.
It speaks to everyone.
Hey, Jared, I wanted to ask, I have no idea what these specials cost to create, and 80 grand seems, like a steep number to me, especially when it's coming out of your pocket. Did you go to any family members and pitch this as an investment opportunity or anything like that?
Hey, Mom and Dad, I got a great one for you. Yeah, I just, you know, I'm not like, I'm doing okay. Like I was saving money and I was okay. I was able to do it. And you know, the backup thing.
Did you go to Penn for business?
Penn State.
Penn State.
Yeah.
No, that Penn. I love when people think you went to Penn when you say Penn State.
Right.
And you can always tell they go.
Right.
I'll be like, yeah, I went to Penn State. They're like, ooh. I'm like, they think Penn.
Yeah, but so you have a business understanding, right?
Yeah, I mean, you spend money to make money.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a gambler. I like playing a little blackjack. I like putting $20 on a football game. So in my mind, it was going to come back in one way or another, either through, you know, people watching on YouTube and again, let me just also say, Netflix didn't come over with bags of money. Like, they rented it for 2 years. It's not life-changing. Please come to my shows. I'm begging you, please. I need to, you know, live, you know.
Well, I think for a while, the gold rush or the idea was, and then you're speaking the truth, the word was bags of money at Netflix.
Right.
And so a lot of comedians then decided, okay, I'm going to YouTube it up and I'll do it that way. But Netflix still has a lot of weight to it, a lot of gravitas.
You know what? The gravitas is the word. Credibility.
Yeah.
You know, I asked Netflix when they said they're going to do it. I was like, do you guys have like a Netflix Letterman's jacket that I can wear around? Because I would have. I'd be wearing it right now. Like I'd be waving the flag because, you know, the minute you're on Netflix, you are a real comedian to people. It doesn't matter. You know, before that, to some people, you don't do this. And I also know that, like, I am my audience. The people that like me, I'm a lot like. Like, I was in a fraternity at Penn State. I'm from outside of Boston. I'm from a suburb of Boston, upper middle class. Like, when I go to comedy clubs, the security asks me for my ticket. They think I'm there to go to the show. So it is. So to me, if someone, I would be the same way. I'd be like, well, if you're not on Netflix, who the fuck cares? I'm not going on your weird, creepy YouTube page.
You're not on Bert Kreischer's podcast right now. You're not allowed to say the F word.
Oh, sorry. I forgot where I was.
Yeah. No, but I
thought I was at Kathy's birthday.
Essentially, he's right. He is at Kathy's birthday party. So
and Kathy, Bert Kreischer was your uncle at your quinceañera birthday party.
He's my godfather. Bert Kreischer's my godfather. Yes.
Did you know
Look at that.
Yeah. So, but I wanted to bring up Bert because you do talk about having to. You were just on his podcast, and Bert, over the last couple of years, you have just seen his star rise, and it is not lost on him. I have watched him cry so many times over the last year, but it is all like I feel like it's all self-made. So you have to be your own advocate, and I've watched you over the last couple of years, the same exact thing. Like, dude, in October you're playing the Fillmore.
Yeah,
that's not a small venue. That's amazing.
Are you trying to make me cry?
I am trying to make you cry.
Get a clip out of me.
He's our Barbara Walters.
Yeah. Look he wants to go viral. I can tell. It is wild. It is like I'm like incredibly thankful. I honestly, you know what keeps me humble? The compliments I get from my dad and from friends. I just got a message on Instagram. It was a guy that went to high school with me, and I'm like. He goes, hey, I just, my sister-in-law said you have a special out there. You probably don't remember me. Don't worry. I don't remember you. You were some sort of weirdo. And I'm like, okay. I just enjoyed the special. I'm just like, hey, I had fun watching.
They have to couch it a little bit just to keep you level-headed.
Especially my dad. My dad, like, he read a review. Someone said it was great. He goes, great. I don't know. What do you think? Who do you think you are? I was like, I didn't write the review, Dad.
Well, let me ask you, because so much of what you do is relationship-based. You talk about being single and hilarious takes and really astute observations. But I'm wondering, because so much of what you do is rooted in that conceit.
Right.
Could that involve an element of self-sabotage as far as you finding the one?
Absolutely. I mean, like, the hardest part is, like, in this social media world, and everyone knows this. I'm not just saying it for me, oh, I'm on Netflix, whatever. Every one of us is a public person. We all have 200 followers. So, like, every one of us, kind of has that moment of like, when do I put this person on my socials? When do I go to the next step? When do I get over that hump? Because we all have to have that press conference when it doesn't work out. Every one of us has a high school friend where we've seen the Facebook post where they're like, Ricky is a jerk. And let me tell you why. And then it's a 30,000 word dissertation.
Right.
So I think that weighs on me because you have to unbutton the shirt with relationships. So like putting things out there, the hard launch, as people say these days. But I also, right now on the road, I'm talking about my family a lot, and I really have enjoyed it. Like, if you get to the end of the special, in the credits, you can see I put hidden cameras in the green room, and I tape my parents at like 5 minutes before the show. My parents are giving me crap. They are just coming after me. They're having me take their picture. They're fighting about Katz's Deli. They're debating whether it's Christmas time or not. It was taped December 9th. And the whole plan was to get them being that way 5 minutes before the show and then smash cut to I'm 37 and single. And like you would get it.
Right.
But because people don't know me, we were like, it might get confusing. So we put it in the credits. And if you watch till the end, you will see my parents. They didn't know until 2 days before the special came out on Netflix. So they had no idea.
That's great.
It was fantastic. It was so good. And then, and what that's become, and I've been saying to people in retrospect, that is the Marvel end credits scene that previews the next Marvel movie.
Yeah.
Because if you come to my show on the road, the next hour that I'm doing, I'm in Lexington, Kentucky right now. It's an hour story about me going to the beach with my parents. And it has been a pleasure to do because I see it's really about the weird relationship between millennial and boomer. That relationship is financially tied. We are weirdly like tethered to that generation. The boomer generation kind of gives us, crap in a way that no other generation has. We're all on our family cell phone plan or know someone that is. It's just weird. So this story is meant to relate in a way that gets you to like, because I've been seeing people in the crowd like with their dad like hitting him, being like, "That's you. He's talking about you. You big, you jerk." And then so that is meant. So now I'm like so on that it is freed me up to like take a moment to like have my own relationships because the material is really not about it. It's personal, but it's not about that.
Well, and that makes complete sense. And those large, basically it sounds like Bert had the machine story for the longest time, and it was this became part of his legend and lore, and the movie, which was Casey and I point out surprisingly touching in a number of spots. But you are a super fan of The Bachelor and Bachelorette. That's what we understand. All right. So, as a single man, is there anything useful to glean from those shows that could assist someone out in the dating world right now?
I think every man should be watching The Bachelor and Bachelorette. There's nothing that can convince me otherwise. You get to watch. I mean, I always say The Bachelor, Bachelorette, like people are like, it's not real. I'm like, yeah, so is every TV show you've ever watched. I mean, but I compare The Bachelor, Bachelorette to wrestling, professional wrestling. It's WWE. WWE isn't real. We know that, but you still got to take the bumps. You still got to jump off the top rope. You can't fake falling from a steel cage, just like you can't fake a first kiss. Asking someone on a date, going on a date, dumping someone. These are all things that happen on the show. And that's like kind of what I get into. I do like I kind of get into the weeds on the show. Like I love watching this past season, The Bachelorette. Charity was really a great Bachelorette. It was a little bit of a boring season, but she couldn't end things with men unless she made them like evil. It was a very kind of interesting thing that a lot of people go through where it's like, this guy brought up how he cheated in a past relationship and she's like, cheating is bad. And we're like, who's ever done that? And then she ends it with him and it's like, he's not a bad guy. He's just telling you what has happened in his life. But again, these are the things. And that's why I tell men, watch with your girlfriend. It will have conversations you've never had before. You get to have an original opinion that isn't so original because you're brought into the world of dating and relationships through the show.
So to me, that runs contrary to what I would think you'd want to do. But you're saying sit there with someone that you're seeing, and it actually is quasi-therapeutic?
I believe that completely. I think that show, the dumbest people in the world would be like, 30 women, one man, he's banging them all. and you're like, okay, if that's how you watch things, that's how I can't really convince you otherwise.
Right. I like the correlation to the wrestling though. That does make that does, yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that makes sense. We were actually we very dismiss it, but we have fun with it. And there was a couple of seasons ago, and I remember and we played clips from it. The guy had broken up, and the girl was in the house, and you probably remember what I'm talking about. And and it was one of the craziest things we'd ever seen. And it seemed like for a moment it transcended the quote unquote sculpted reality that they get. And this was just a dude hanging on for dear life. Do you remember that?
Well. That is the funniest part about the show is that no straight man should ever go on this show. There is nothing to gain from it. I mean, that guy, I remember that was Ari's season. He chose one of the women, decided he didn't want to marry her, and then brought her to a house to end it with her on camera. And it's like, there is a moment where you go, why would any of you sign up for this? Why would you do this? And I think they get caught in this bubble of we gotta finish the show, and it's like these producers are probably sitting there like, I can't believe he agreed,
Right. Well,
it is a really hard. Again, I talk about dating relationships on podcasts and everywhere I go, and a lot of times I'm put in the position of speaking for the straight man.
Yeah.
And I'm and I have to start with this is icky. I mean, I say it on the special. There's a joke in the special where I talk about the ick and how women get the ick. And that was a new phenomena to me. And basically the whole premise of the ick was explained to me that a woman goes on a date, a guy does one thing, and she never want to have sex with him ever. And I said, that is the most unrelatable thing I have ever heard in my entire life. And the beauty of that bit is how hilarious and wonderful people get into hearing different icks that I heard from different women.
No, it's like you're getting intelligence, from the enemy side, not the enemy, but you're getting secret information. Right. That's always a lot of times, we would have singles mixers, and it's like, the hardest thing for people to do, a lot of times people in the dating mode, is to just approach and talk to the other person as a person. Like, what's the secret? What are the tricks? So actually, your Netflix special is useful if you're currently dating. It does provide usable data.
It is usable because I went on the road for a year and a half asking people their icks, and the ick is both reasonable and unreasonable to me at the same time. When I had one woman, she said a guy took her to a concert and the band came on stage and he made the heart shape with his hands.
Yeah, that was it.
And she was like, can't do it. And I'm like, that's
ridiculous.
amazing.
That killed it. By the way, if Kathy were to write a dating book, it would be called Ick. That would flat out be the title.
Yeah. These aren't gross things. It's not like, he farted and it smelled like. No, it's he gave me flowers too soon.
You're out.
Right.
Or one woman said.
Go ahead.
One woman said that she got the ick because he was he was getting on the highway and no one would let him merge in. And I'm like, that is fantastic. That's just reasonable and unreasonable at the same time. I get it.
It's not his fault, though. Or is he just not aggressive enough?
He's not charismatic enough.
I kind of get it. Jared, sorry to keep bringing it back to the Bert conversation, but there's something rang true when you guys were on the podcast the other day, and we were discussing the lack of hobbies, really, and said maybe scrolling through your phone is a hobby or drinking is a hobby, and Bert said having sex with his wife is a hobby. So that resonated with me. But if you could pick a hobby, something that you have always wanted to do but just have never had the discipline or whatever to go forward with, is there anything out there that you would love to try? And man, I would love to make that a hobby.
So I've been playing golf recently. I've made the great white man migration towards golf.
That's my passion.
You just hit
Jared.
Preston's passion.
Yeah, that's my thing is golf.
My dad golfs every day, twice a day. My brother's a good golfer, and I just want to be. My aspirations are as sad as my fitness aspirations. Like when someone's like, "Oh, what do you want to get in shape?" I'm like, "I just want to fit in a t-shirt." That's really all I want. Like with golf, like I just want to keep up.
Yep.
Sure. Like I just don't want to be a burden on a group of four.
Yep.
And that's really, I'm trying. I'm going to play here in Kentucky.
You will be for a little while. It's the way you start, and that's all there is to it. But you've got to know, and this is just a helpful tip. You got to know when to pick up the ball and stop and move on, and
I'm good at.
And scrap this one, because eventually you will be playing all the way through every single time. But you just got to go through this year or two process of just being that guy. And
that I'm okay with.
Okay.
I am great at sitting in the cart and drinking.
Excellent. That's a big part of the game.
And making fun of other people. That's my great.
That is a big part of the game too. But that will serve you well down the road as far as a hobby, especially a guy who's on the road like you, who pulls in and has essentially a day to kill, and before you got to work that night, or you're in for a weekend, it's perfect for you.
Right.
Yeah.
My other hobby that I'm trying to get away from is having 5 martinis.
So alcoholism.
Right.
Listen,
this is my great passion is
inebriation.
Is eating about 17 olives with blue cheese stuffed into them. Spending the rest of the day on the toilet. That's my passion.
Where do you stand with olive stuffings? Do you like garlic in there, or pimento, or just the blue cheese, or do you try some different ones?
I like it simple because of my Jewish tummy. The pimento is really as far as I can. The blue cheese I could do one, but that's like eating a grenade. That's like legit.
You are right. You are spot on.
Jared, I wanted to go back to Penn State for a second because within the past week or so, kids are headed back to school. I just sent my youngest son to Westchester University, which is not too far away, but I've run into several people who their kids are headed off to Penn State for their freshman year. They are on their way. This is it. Moving out of the house, whole new experience. Did you do your entire college career at Penn State?
4 years at Penn State.
Okay.
I had the best time of my life. I made all my good friends still. We still keep in touch.
That's
I mean,
awesome.
I went back with Bert and I opened for him at the Bryce Jordan Center, sold out, 4,000 people.
Wow.
He pulled the tour bus up to Champs and we got those, those drinks that they have there, and we got them to go. It was a great time. And I will say, I know I did college right when I remember I was second semester and someone was like, telling me that they got all the materials for the class, and I was like, where did you get these materials? And they're like, yeah, you just go on like your portal. And I go, what's a portal? And they were like, you've been here a semester and you don't know the portal? And I was like, maybe I'm behind on this thing. Yeah, I felt like such an idiot in college. Like I got by. I was an econ major, which was the only one you didn't need a GPA requirement to get into the business school. So that was like a nice life hack. And now, like, I do comedy and people are like, oh, business major from Penn. And I'm like, yep. Go Penn Tigers.
What do you so the kids that are headed off for this adventure, what do you need to tell them about Happy Valley and Penn State and anything you want to share?
I guess like just I don't know, I go meet as many people as possible, and someone and I have this thing called, and I can't say the word on the air, but FTG mode, and I think that's very easy to get down. I call it FTG mode, where it's like F that guy mode.
Okay.
You just see someone and you just immediately hate them, and I say, and it's a young man's quality where you're just like, F that guy.
Yeah.
And I was from Boston, which, at the time there wasn't a lot of everyone knew each other from Pittsburgh suburbs or Philadelphia suburbs. And they all had this they could talk about sports and stuff in a way that I didn't know the local stuff. So I was much an outsider. So I guess my best advice is enjoy it and just get away from looking at someone and being like, F that guy, because they might be your friend. And like, to me, I always thought the biggest losers were the ones that like senior year, they're like, can you believe my best friends lived on my dorm floor? I'd be like, yeah, I can believe it. You don't have a personality. You never got out of your dorm floor. Just so happens Penn State set me up with my best friends of my life. I'm like, yeah, just so happens you don't know how to say hello to a new person. So
that's true.
Right?
You wrote for Bro Bible, right? The website?
I've written for a lot of places.
Yeah. And so I assume that's as a comedian developing the chops, that came first, right? Writing for.
Well, what I would do is, and again, this was the business, the marketing side of me, is I knew the internet was direct to consumer, direct to the person. So my thought was, I want to be funny on a weekly basis. So how do I be funny on a weekly basis and pick up new people to come to Jared Freid Island? And that's Netflix is that. I'm going on Netflix to showcase my funnies. So hopefully people follow me and come to a show. So I've been doing this now for 13 years, where I would write for Bro Bible, Total Frat Move, Betches, which again, co-produced the special. And then that turned into me doing stuff on Instagram and yelling at The Bachelor. So always a weekly thing where I'm just here to be funny. I'm just here for you to read at your desk while you're eating your lunch. I'm here for you to listen to during the day, just like you guys. A podcast, a radio show is a way of putting your brain on the shelf and letting us take the wheel. So that was always my concern, was like, okay, no one's casting me. No one is saying, Jared, I'm not good looking enough to be the lead. I'm not wacky enough to be the friend. Yeah. So no one wanted to cast me. So it was like, how do I create refillable things that I can be funny with? I yell at charcuterie, for God's sake. Last time I was on, I'm talking about charcuterie, and I call myself the board lord. Like, these are crazy, stupid things that I don't mind doing.
Did you watch Hard Knocks? Did you see that guy, how he pronounced charcuterie?
Charcucci or something? Everyone's got
like, oh, he is charcuterie.
I love it. Well, listen, it's all clearly paying off. I mean, it's awesome. And again, from charcuterie boards to Netflix and playing large, beloved venues, you're definitely going in the right direction.
And the special 37 and Single, which is out on Netflix. Awesome, Jared. It is always a blast to talk to you, sir. And looking forward to that gig in October.
You guys are the best. I want to come back in October if you'll have me, but you guys have always been good to me, and I got to thank you. Really, thank you. This has been, going around to different shows that I've been on and calling them up, and it's been kind of the thank you tour. I'm going to start crying like Bert in a second. But it means the world that you guys have been such a really good friend to me. So I really appreciate you guys.
Anytime, my man. All right, October 20th at the Fillmore. Jared Freid. Have a great weekend, man. We'll see you soon. He is the best. He is the best. All right.
The special's funny.
Thank you.
We are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second, and we have some stuff to give away, and the Connoisseur is on the way.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Glad you asked.
Though if we were packing the way we do talk about, Kathy would have a certain edge.
Steve's love for the world of movies is exceeded only by his love of the world of porn. Disregarding the porn movies, what will Steve say is the one movie franchise he could not and would not live without? 15 seconds. Boy, you all seem to know this pretty darn quick. That's interesting. We are going to start with Marissa.
All right. There was an obvious answer, but I didn't go with that one because I'm guessing most of you guys went with it. So I'm just going with Batman.
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 Very nice.
Okay.
Casey, what did you say?
Oh, I went opposite because there have been so many. I know that you love Batman, but you want to have sex with James Bond.
James Bond. Preston.
Kind of the same thing. I know there's so much. Although Connery was his favorite, and Roger Moore did a whole lot of those movies, but I still think he's got a huge fascination with James Bond.
All right.
Yep.
Nick?
Marissa, your answer made me think twice, but I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with James Bond as well.
All right.
Kathy.
I just said overall Marvel.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So Steve, the answer is
James Bond.
there you go.
Yes.
What is your fascination with Bond?
Since Bond, my father took me to Dr. No when it came out when I was just super young, and there have been many movie franchises, consistent franchises that have influenced my life, but Bond has been, marathon after marathon after marathon has been just at the core of my life.
Favorite Bond
Batman
movie?
is my... Whoa, okay, so the one that is the quintessential is probably considered Goldfinger.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But my favorite, Connery's my favorite Bond, followed by Daniel Craig, followed by...
Daniel Craig, really?
Right, followed by George Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore has 2 good Bonds, would be 3, Live and Let Die, For Your Eyes Only, and Spy Who Loved Me. And Timothy Dalton, they're all good. They're all good.
Yeah, all right. So where are we here now?
Casey.
Whoever you want to go to.
Casey.
All right.
All right.
We're going to do the list of show legends regarding Casey is long and in many cases embellished, including things such as him saying bubble scabosis instead of multiple sclerosis and being terrified of his home thermostat. This is the first time I'm reading this.
I never said multiple scabosis.
That's it. It's a saying. It's a false legend.
Which embellished legend about Casey will he say he would love to have go away once and for all? 15 seconds.
Listen.
What embellished legend about Casey will he say he wants to go away and never brought up ever again?
I predict everybody is going to get this one. This is going to be a 5 for
find out
freaking
about
5
this.
here.
We're going to start with Steve.
There's even in writing this question, I knew it might be a gimme, but we had to go with it just to give Casey the chance to dispel some rumors about himself, including bubbable scabosis and his thermostat. Ranch dressing.
What is it?
His love of ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing. Okay, very good. Kathy.
Yep. Love of ranch dressing on pizza, all ranch dressing. He loves it.
Nick?
Ranch dressing.
Oh, my, this is me. Marissa?
Because he didn't invent it, ranch dressing.
Preston.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unanimous.
And we will go to the gentleman himself.
It's not my go-to, okay, guys? It's not my favorite dressing.
What is it about ranch dressing that you like?
It is actually pretty yummy with pizza.
Do you have the isolated audio of just you freaking out anywhere, Kay, so we could play it for Mark just so he has an idea?
I don't know. You know what?
We don't have to play the whole thing, but...
The crowd loves that idea, Preston.
See if oh, wait, hang on a second. It's recording. All right.
Yeah, why did that happen?
Yeah, there was a moment on the show where we brought up the fact that Casey was dipping his pizza in ranch dressing.
Thank God it was a pizza.
And yes.
There was a question as to whether that was calorically wise.
Yeah, here we go.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting?
Yes.
Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes, when was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I jump?
And by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing! I didn't invent it! It is something that I tried, like, within the last year! All right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing! Drop it!
I will say this. I have seen you eat pizza at last 6 or 7 times.
Hear a little bit more of this.
Without dressing.
Did you say 6 or 7 times?
Well, I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, trying to like ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then I did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
It's still just as funny.
Oh, my. I've never heard you so whacked.
Can I get a point for that easy question?
One of my all-time favorite moments on the show.
We need to move on. In many ways, Casey is sort of an ongoing lab experiment producing flatulence at an alarming rate. Who will Casey say is the one show member he takes the most joy farting in front of?
Oh, my
Joy?
God.
The most joy.
And you don't end a sentence with a preposition, by the way. But who does he enjoy farting in front of the most? Gee whiz.
All right.
Got it down there? You're
good.
in? Everybody's in? We're going to start with you, Preston.
Now, initially I was going to say me, but I don't think that happens anymore because I'm I'm disgusted by it.
Yeah.
It bugs me, and he will do it sometimes in front of guests that we have in here. Oh yeah, out loud.
It's the
and I'm
ranch
like,
dressing.
dude, come on, stop it. And oh my God, Mark, some of them are just deadly. But I think he gets a kick out of actually doing it in front of Kathy more than anybody else. I think he finds that funny, but that's my guess.
Marissa.
That was my initial guess, Preston, was Kathy, but I thought he actually, like, deep down gets embarrassed to do it in front of Kathy. He knows I get mad at him when it happens on his way into the studio, so I figured the only person that might giggle at it was Preston.
Okay.
Okay. Nick.
I think because it pisses her off so much that that he's going to go with Kathy.
And Kathy.
It's so disgusting. It's so awful. Yes, he does do it when there's guests in the studio.
No, he doesn't.
It's the worst smelling thing ever. It's awful. It's so stupid. It's childish. I hate every second of it. But I think that he gets a kick out of Preston's response at how angry it makes me. So I went with Preston.
Oh, there's an interesting look at it. Steve?
I'm going to echo Kathy's sentiment and say Preston. Yeah.
All right, Casey.
I will have to say, because he's not an official member of the show, but an honorable mention goes to Chuck. I mean, if he were going to be a part of this, I would say Chuck D'Amico, because Chuck...
He laughs at you.
He loves this. He says that my farts have personality, and they do. But I absolutely love farting in front of Preston.
I would have thought Kathy.
Yeah, no.
Kathy.
Even like when he gets mad, like when they're like silent ones, sometimes I sit there and I just wait for him to smell it.
Well, I'll just
sit next to each other.
So Mark will be sitting here, and I'll see Preston start to go.
Sometimes, I have Lysol back here.
Oh, my.
And Preston will just be in the middle of talking, and there'll just be a little...
Oh, my God. I'm learning more about this show.
I really do go into, like, other rooms. If we have guests in the studio...
You've gotten better.
Yeah.
You've gotten better. What are the totals on the points
I can't remember who answered Preston on that one.
Steve did.
I did.
And Kathy and
me.
Marissa.
Kathy.
Yes.
All right, so Marissa's now in the lead.
4.
With 4. Steve's got 3, Kathy's got 3, Nick's got 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kathy is our next subject.
All right.
It's not a stretch of the imagination to say that if Kathy Romano had written the musical Rent, we would not be singing Seasons of Love and instead would be singing Seasons of Activities.
Yes.
Fall, winter, spring, or summer, which season will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities?
Oh.
I got it.
That's a great question.
Yep. Will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities? Is it winter, spring, summer, or fall?
Okay.
And we're going to start with Steve.
This is sort of a tough one, but I know that Kathy and I share a lot of the similar loves of the various holidays. And now, while Christmas is a
That's why
money...
you should have saved me on that ship.
Christmas is a money shot. I think, though, the stuff that happens around fall, between Thanksgiving and Halloween...
all that stuff.
Yeah, all
Okay,
that
got it.
stuff, and all of the access to it is
And with an
something-
8-year-old, you're busy doing. Yeah, I got it.
Right.
Okay,
and
Nick.
all that stuff.
Yeah, I think just because I think it's your favorite time of year that you love the season itself that I went with fall as well.
Ah.
Fall activities.
Marissa.
Because they're so universal, they happen inside and outside, and I'm pretty sure it was your very first list. I'm guessing that. I went fall.
Fall activities.
Preston.
I'll just hit this. Yes.
And Casey.
I'll just hit this.
Fall activities.
And we'll go to Kathy and find out that the answer is.
So although summer is my favorite time of year, I get depressed when summer is over, and the way I get over my depression is through fall activities.
Everybody wins on that one. Wow, that's good.
Cool.
On the second question about Kathy on the Preston and Steve Show, Kathy is often playfully painted as a somewhat asexual being who thinks foreplay is laying down a protective tarp. Remind me to tell you Dr. Ruth's story a little bit later. That said, what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship? While we're looking for a closet in weeks.
Marissa and I are going to differ.
This is Kathy. We will allow your answer to be in years.
So we're looking for weeks.
Yeah.
Weeks?
The closest in weeks. Yeah, we're looking for closest in weeks. This is Kathy.
Hold on, I need a calculator.
Well, yeah.
So
what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship?
All right.
All right, people
in.
writing their answers down. You're in? Well, I don't think so. Casey.
Okay, this is a really, really tough one. I don't think you're as prudish as one would think, but like first date, 1 week, no, 2 week, no, 3 weeks, no, 4 weeks, I think is a nice, safe assumption.
All right, Casey says
about
4
a
weeks.
month.
About a month. Marissa.
I said that Kathy would approve of holding hands after 3 months.
Whoa!
Wow.
12 weeks.
Oh, Preston.
I think she's more of a slut than we believe she is. And I'd say Kathy would be cool. That maybe not for herself, but if she were to give advice, I'd say 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's a short one, yeah.
All right. Steve?
I agreed with Casey, and I think 4 weeks seems about right.
Okay. Nick?
First of all, I can't wait to hear that Dr. Ruth story. And then, second of all, I went with 3 weeks.
All right. It's all over the board.
Wow.
Kathy, are you a prude?
Okay, so I'm going to go initially with when I read this question, what my answer was going to be. And the question is going from one relationship to the next, how long you should wait in between, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
I thought it was after the first date.
After the
how long
first
to have sex?
Getting intimate, yeah.
date before
right.
getting intimate with someone.
Okay, so you
first-
meet
so first-
somebody, how long will it take before you...
Right.
Yeah, as they used
after
to
the
say,
first date.
make whoopee.
Oh, all right. Okay. So from the first date. All right, then I need to rethink this because if it was from one relationship to another, I was going to say 24 weeks, 6 months.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, after the first date, and I forget what everybody said, but I'm going to say 4 weeks.
Wow.
All right, so point each.
All right, Steve, you are now tied with Marissa at 5.
All right.
I have 3. Kathy has 3. Preston has 3. And Nick has 4 going into the... Nick, you are stuck with 4.
I'm done.
You're done.
That's right, because Nick is going to... Wait, do we...
No,
do
we have Marissa as well.
Marissa.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Okay,
Okay,
so there's still a chance for everybody.
We'll do Nick. A penny saved is a penny earned is more than just a maxim. It's also what you whisper in Nick's ear to make him horny. And while we kid Nick about his frugal way of life, who will he say is the next cheapest person on the show? So Nick being the cheapest, who would be the next cheapest human on the show?
Who will
15
Nick say?
seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, Nick will say this person is the next
got this
cheapest.
one.
You got this one?
Yeah, I
We'll
got
start
this
with you then, Preston.
I think that somebody who knows a good bargain.
At
and is the
93.3 WMMR.
So we're going to get to the Connoisseur in a moment, but the other day we put out a wellness check for someone.
We did.
And I don't believe he's calling in for that.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think he's calling in for that at all. I think he's calling in because it's someone's birthday today.
I sure hope so.
Ladies
Better
and
be.
gentlemen, let's see if it's really him. Gary Lauer, good morning.
That be me. I love my family.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, sweet day.
Thank you, Gary. How are you?
Oh, I'm just wonderful now. I got to speak to my number one girl. You're the best. You're the best mom in the world.
Gary, do you know we were worried about you? We'd actually mentioned on the air.
I heard
Okay.
yesterday. Mike from the limousine. Mike told me, and he called me, and I told him I called today and told my family I missed them.
All
I'm
right.
doing well. I'm going for a nuclear test Tuesday morning.
Nuclear test.
So what are you going to
Nuclear
set up?
stress test.
You're
Stress test.
okay. You're getting a medical test.
I thought he was going to go work at
opening up his own
Limerick
reactor.
nuclear
I thought he
power
was gonna be on a
plant.
submarine.
Yeah, that'd be
Oppenheimer.
How's everybody doing? How you doing, Nick? Hey, Case. How you
Great.
doing, everybody?
Casey.
Marissa?
All right, one at a time.
Oppenheimer.
Hold on, one at a time. Nick, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you, Gary?
I'm good, young man.
Okay, I'm going to Top Golf tonight. You want to golf with me?
I'd rather put something else. I'd rather put something else in the hole 18 times.
He was ready to go. He was ready. Gary had a usable line ready to go.
Dude,
wow. Preston, I'll hit the front 9 now. I'll come back and hit the other back 9 later.
All right, sounds good, Gare.
First one was better.
Yeah, first one was better. That's all good though.
Second one wasn't bad.
Yeah.
This one was so good.
Yeah.
Hey, how's your game, Preston?
Going well. I played yesterday, actually, Gary, and I played decent. I played at a Sandy Run Golf Club. Some people invited me out and shot an 80, so I was happy with that. It's all right.
Gary, do you play any courses you could get Preston in on?
You're getting better, Press.
Yeah, actually, Gary did offer me. There's a course in Juniata Park.
Right, the best. Look, this is the best golf course in the city of Philadelphia for a city-owned golf course.
Huh.
Yeah,
it's underrated.
he got me around to golf there. I never played it, but he got me around.
Well, that's cool. That's very generous.
Yeah, man, that's what I do. I'm a giver, man. You know, you have givers and takers, and you guys are givers too. And I want to tell you, I love my family, man. You guys are great, man.
Awesome, Gary.
man.
Well, we're glad you're doing well, man. We were legitimately worried. So
Hey, let's just for the heck of everything, can you just tell Eric Simon to give me a call, please? I need my barbecue tickets next month. He hooks me
we'll
up.
take that.
He gives me 4. I play center field, man. I'm the center fielder every year, man.
It's his tribute to John Fogerty.
Oh, okay. Play
Well,
center
the
field.
position I play, I'm always center field. I got the best view of the stage. I can see the both screens.
Oh.
It's the best place ever.
Gary, I like being out on the lawn, especially at shows like that, because you get great views of the city. It's a really nice place to be.
It's the best. The Nick McElwain, it's the best, bro. And no pun intended.
It's the Nick McElwain, they call it too.
Yeah.
If you have to use the men's room, you can just go right to the fence.
Sure.
I didn't tell you that.
Who do you usually go to the barbecue with, Gary?
I take 3. It's 3 of my best friends. I've probably taken 3 cops with me this year.
Taking
now,
3 cops
did you
with
take 3 cops, or did they have you there in handcuffs?
Yo, remember when you guys did the camp out and they stopped me because I had bullets?
Yes. Yeah,
we do. As a matter of
Gary
fact.
was handing out.
He's laughing.
It was a sweet gesture, but he was handing out bullets.
No, there was a song called something. Cadillac Brent Porsche does that song called "Bullets in My Hand."
Yeah.
And that was it. I did it from that. Whatever.
I got you.
Hey, so let me ask the birthday girl, what you got planned for today, sweet tea?
We're going to go to the shore. I'm hoping that the weather clears up and probably have a margarita or 7.
Oh, you're the best. I hope Dennis teaches you very. I hope Dennis
treats you
gives
well.
A wonderful weekend.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Or
Gary.
teaches you.
What
well.
are you doing this weekend, Gary?
I haven't drank alcohol since January, so I'm just.
Sounds
Good
like,
for
dude, you know
you.
what? It's crazy. I was going to say something. You sounded more
Sober.
but more lucid.
Well,
Yeah.
Look, man, I've been drinking since I was 15 years old, man. I just had enough, man. You
Dude,
know?
Gary, that is awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations, man.
I quit drugs like 25 years ago, cold turkey, and I did the same thing with alcohol. I had the shakes for a while, but you have to get over it. It's cool, man.
You had to shake
Yeah,
Quit
and then you
or slow down.
Well, 26 years ago, you made sure to redefine what you considered drugs, and then 25 years ago, no, listen, this is awesome, and we're glad you in general feel better.
Oh, I'm great. I'm eating fruit, vegetables. I cook like there's nobody's business. I make 3-course meals every day, man.
I'm eating fruit.
Look, I got a good thing here, man.
All
I
right.
just wanna keep
And
my health.
hey, are you working?
What's that?
Are you working?
I'm not able to work because I can't walk. I haven't been able to walk for 2 years now.
Well, that's not good.
Can't walk.
I can walk from here to my 7-Eleven down the street, and that's it. If anybody knows what a Charlie horse is,
A Charlie horse, yeah.
that's when you get one of them Charlie horse, that's my whole leg feels like a Charlie horse. I can't even move.
Is that what the nuclear medicine thing is
They're
for?
going to find out. They're going to find out Tuesday, and if I'm able to go under the knife for my look, they're going to find out Tuesday with all the tests if I'm able to go under the anesthesia for the surgery. And I'm going for the surgery, ladies and gentlemen, my family, 2 days after our barbecue.
All right.
Wow.
All right. So
You figure the barbecue's Saturday, Sunday's the rest day. Gary's going in. I'm going to get everything done Monday or Tuesday.
And hoping that this surgery will fix everything up and your leg will be better?
Well, that's what they said. They want to put a stent in my leg, but they might put Steve might know they do something with the vein. It goes in through your crotch area.
Right.
Through your main vein, yeah.
My dad actually they did something close to his heart. They go up through the groin.
There's 3 main arteries that go up and down your legs, ladies and gentlemen. And one of the arteries is a little clogged, so they're going to put one of them stents in, I think.
Yeah.
Well, we listen.
Oh, man.
The good news is this is a very standard procedure, Gary, and I hope it yields the results you're looking for.
If it's cool, you guys, I'll call you Wednesdays to let you know how I made out.
Oh, yeah.
We
most
insist on
definitely.
it.
We want to
Yeah.
know. Okay?
Hey, I just want to tell you, thank you for reaching out to me a week ago or a couple of days ago and asking for me. That was very kind of you. I just want to say thank you very much.
Well, if it's been a few months and we're just curious and we just want to make sure everything's okay.
Well, I think the world of you, Preston, and I love everybody there. I think you are my family. I have nobody but you guys. You are my family.
All right. Well,
And I don't want to get emotional because you guys are going to make me cry. But, yo, I'll see you at the barbecue, and can I be a judge too, man?
you can judge the barbecue.
What are we-
You can judge
what are
the
we
barbecue.
judging?
We have that judging thing.
Yeah.
Well, I want to be there for you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll meet you out on the lawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a ticket. Yeah.
Okay.
Now he's doing Tommy Flanagan.
Okay, Gary.
Hey, Preston, thank you very much, everybody. Kathy, enjoy your weekend.
Okay, thanks, Gary.
You're the best, babe. I would have
You're the
never.
best.
I never forgot calling you. Wish you a happy birthday.
Every year. Thanks,
Every
Gary.
year, you got that.
Thank
right?
you, Your Honor.
That's right.
All right, Gary. Take care, man. Have a good weekend.
Have a great day.
I was there he goes, Gary Lauer. And all right, so-
it was interesting you mentioned that, Casey.
Yeah.
He did see. He started right off with a solid golf joke. I'm like, wow.
Yeah. How about that?
A couple of things that I was like, hang on a second. What the hell? What the hell's he not drinking?
Do you like my idea,
What's he
though?
not drinking?
Casey, Oppenjammer?
Yeah.
Oppenjammer.
Mm-hmm.
He got his jam back.
Yeah. So and he's doing the nuclear thing.
That's not a bad idea. Okay. Well, that was nice. But we do
Another connoisseur.
Yeah, another connoisseur. We had one connoisseur. Now another one.
It's time for the connoisseur, part 2.
All right. I do have some stories from the world of food that I would like to share with you, friends. And this one's an interesting one. Parmigiano Reggiano.
Yay!
Italy's renowned cheese. It's one of the most counterfeited cheeses in the world.
What do they counterfeit it with?
Crappier cheese. So the move is what they're doing. It's an innovation from the Parmigiano Reggiano.
We're from the Department of Cheese
Consortium.
Oh,
actually, it's the Parmigiano Reggiano Consortium. The PRC, the association which oversees production, which has been trying for a century to fight off cheaper imitations that do not follow the exacting requirements to make the real deal. So you should hear what they're doing for this. It's pretty wild. So the cheese, by the way, which can trace its history back to the Middle Ages, gained the EU's prized protected designation of origin status in 1996. And under those rules, Parmigiano Reggiano, the only kind which can be called Parmesan within Europe, by the way, must be made in a small part of northern Italy, including in provinces of Parma and Reggio Emilia.
So it's kind of like a champagne classification.
Or bourbon.
Now,
bourbon used to be that way.
The knockoff is called Parmesan Cathy Romano, right?
Ah, there is a Romano cheese.
Yeah.
So in addition, the wheels of cheese, which weighs on average of about 80 pounds or almost 90 pounds, have to be matured for at least 12 months in a mountain area and are tested by experts 2 years after production to ensure they make the grade. Given the strict rules in attaining the certification, such delicacies usually sell for higher prices, making it an enacting market for copycats. So the PRC estimates that the annual global sales of counterfeit cheese,
lay it on me,
reaches about $2 billion.
That is absolutely insane.
So here's what they are doing. They are creating microtransponders about the size of a grain of salt.
Right.
That are inserted into the labels found on the rind of 120,000 wheels of Parmigiano Reggiano cheese.
So they can trace it. Now, is there any way to cause this cheese to explode?
Oh, I don't know.
Remotely.
Kind of like the Kingsman, where they would put that implant in your neck.
Exactly.
The microchips are food safe, but are unlikely to be eaten given their location in the cheese's hard skin, which is made from the milk protein casein. The chips work as long-lasting, scannable food tags that allow customers to track their product back to where it originated.
But you could hypothetically ingest this tag and it wouldn't cause any issue?
Yeah, it says that they are food safe, but they most likely won't be eaten because they're in the rind of it. So, and they're so small. So they are embedded directly into a QR code label.
Wow.
And they function like tiny digital anchors for physical items.
Hi.
Steve, you just spent some time in Europe not that long ago. And,
Yes.
and one thing that I've learned to appreciate over the years is these like departments of culture that countries like France and Italy have.
It's pretty amazing.
They take these designations and the quality really seriously.
It's the rep of the country.
Yeah. And
so much is predicated on these things.
And it's put on the label. And so I understand why they take it, why they treat it as importantly as they do.
How good is cheese?
Yeah. And cheese is
For
awesome.
Christ's sake, I was about to have a cheese-only dinner last night.
I remember the first time I actually actively went and bought Parmigiano Reggiano. I was at DeBruno Brothers, in an Italian market, and I walk in and I'm like, let's get some Parmesan, So they get some, and so I asked them for Parmesan, and they give me Parmigiano Reggiano, and I have a slice that's about like this big, and it was like $25, and I'm like,
okay.
It was like sticker shock. It was like the time I bought that tea that was $100.
At Tivana.
Yeah, and I'm just like, oh, well, of course. That's how much this costs.
I can afford this, people.
Right. But I did not know how expensive some cheeses could be. And Reggiano's one of them. It's not cheap.
Yeah.
not
I
cheap.
even like low, what is the one that I like? Pepper Jack. Right?
I love the pepper jack.
Yeah. All right. So anyhow, a very interesting thing about Parmigiano.
Did not know that.
Reggiano.
$2 billion.
All right, you guys want to give something away?
Yeah.
All right, let's do a food clip. And if you can identify what movie this food clip is from, we have a prize. Now, I'll let you choose.
Yep.
You can either have beer or tickets to see Sting and Shaggy. We only have one pair.
Okay.
For the Sting and Shaggy show, but you have to first identify this movie food clip.
Have coffee.
We've done that
We
one.
did that one? Oh,
Yep.
God damn it. Okay.
Never mind.
How about this one?
Do over.
Let's try this one. Identify this movie.
Let me tell you something, mister. Unlike you outside of cigarettes, I only have one vice, and a good chili dog is it. So please pipe down and let me enjoy my lunch in peace.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know what that is from. Order up. Now, you mentioned explosions, Steve.
Yes.
Watermelons can offer a nice explosion of flavor in your mouth, but they shouldn't spontaneously combust. Oddly enough, that is what some fans of the popular fruit are worried about following several consumer reports of foaming watermelons this month.
Like rabid watermelons?
Emily Durbin, a Florida resident, posted about one such ominous-looking fruit this week on a Facebook group called Mommy Needs a Recipe. Durbin shared a photo of a sizable watermelon perched on her kitchen counter with white foam oozing out of it.
Oh, that would it looked like one of those pods in Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
She wrote, "We bought this watermelon yesterday at Walmart. My husband left for work around 6 a.m., and when I walked into the kitchen around 9 a.m., this is what I walked into."
Come on, a Walmart watermelon?
The white stuff was a foamy, bubbly substance. The yellow juice was chunky and thick. The odor was absolutely foul, and it reminded me of vomit, she said.
Wow.
I'm getting hungry.
Are they sure it was a watermelon?
Yeah.
When Durbin picked up the fruit
It was a hobo.
to toss it in the trash, she said she felt rumbling on the inside of it.
Oh, my God.
But was perplexed because the watermelon hadn't been around any heat sources. Many Facebook users commented on Durbin's post to say that they had also experienced an exploding watermelon in recent weeks.
Did it, in fact, detonate?
No, but somebody wrote, "My melon was on the counter, and it must have already been bad when I got it. The next day I came down to an awful smell and rotten melon everywhere. It was disgusting, and anytime I get something, I cut it up right away now." Another left the following comment that said, "This happened to me once. It was leaking, but when I cut into it, it literally exploded. The biggest bang I've ever heard and scared the crap out of me."
Huh.
I've seen them explode when they put like thousands of rubber bands on them and stuff, but I've never heard of it.
The aggregate pressure.
Yeah. I did see a video on the gram last week, and I want to try this. Press, I don't know.
By the way, I'll explain why these are exploding.
Okay, do that, and then I'll do my thing.
Okay, so it's something on Instagram. We'll get back to that on Casey. But Keith Schneider, PhD, professor in the Food Sciences and Human Nutrition Department of the University of Florida.
I'm in the watermelon division.
Says this isn't the first time he's heard of foaming or exploding watermelons.
No. Quite common.
He said this... This is probably due to the heat. He said the fruit, if slightly damaged, can be fermenting. If enough fermentation occurs, which produces gas, enough internal pressure may build up for the watermelon to crack or pop. He said that excessive summer heat can wreak havoc on the quality of some produce, calling it an unexpected consequence of climate change. As part of the fermentation process, if certain microorganisms are introduced into the watermelon, they convert to sugar, or they convert sugar into alcohol. He said it's the same process that happens in beer and winemaking. And the offshoot of this process is CO2 gas. And the thing that puts the bubbles in beer. That's what it is. Eventually, an explosion can take place, especially if the wound heals over and pressure is allowed to build up inside. So it's fermenting inside.
My favorite part of the watermelon is the wound.
The wound. Yeah. All right, Case.
All right, so on Instagram, I saw this impress. I don't know what this contraption is called, but it's essentially a plug. And I saw them do this into a watermelon where they put the cylinder plug in, and they twist it and turn it, and then they pull a big chunk of watermelon out.
It's like a core remover.
Yeah, core remover.
Yeah.
Okay, so they core it, and then he took a blender and then blended the inside and turned it into like a hand mixer.
Oh, a hand mixer.
Okay, sorry, a hand mixer. And then, so they hand mix everything on the inside, and then they turn it into a drink. They just stuck a straw in there.
No, they turn it into a drink?
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They threw up.
And then they vomited.
Why did I do that?
But, Kath, for somebody like you, on your birthday, maybe you could throw a little margarita mix in there, a little tequila.
Yeah, I love that. I have yellow watermelon today in my fruit.
Really? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yellow watermelon.
Yes.
Was that
so
its-
weird.
where
It's
is
the first
it?
time I've had it, and if you didn't open your eyes and see the color, it would taste the same.
I
Just
love
like watermelon. Okay.
Just like
Are
watermelon.
you all watermelon fans?
Yes.
I'm a massive watermelon fan.
great.
It is, but it's that one of those things. You got to be right in the pocket.
Yeah.
You know, and though they say, oh, you can buy watermelon year round.
No. Yeah, I
No,
agree.
we eat a lot of it, especially during the summertime. And you ever had like a watermelon feta
Yes.
salad?
Yeah,
Good
that's
salad.
good. It's really, really good.
Cucumbers in that too?
You can.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
We put a little mint in ours,
Ooh.
and feta, and a little bit of balsamic.
Can you
on
rub that on your ass cheek?
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing can stop. I don't know
I'm
what's
gonna
going
try
to do
that
for you,
later
but you
on.
can do that. You know, physically, you are capable of doing that.
Can you stand in front of a watermelon and pleasure yourself?
By the way, even if these watermelons aren't actually fermenting, a bacterial or fungal mold disease has gotten into the fruit. Normally, the inside of the fruit is protected by the rind, but there are a few diseases that may find their way inside soon after the flower experiences fruit set.
Does that fungal mold add to the taste at all?
The fruit will usually not explode in this scenario unless the entry hole is entirely plugged up.
It's
So-
good fungal mold.
So it can actually explode. So, we're looking at the thing they did with the watermelon case.
It looks good.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember when with oranges? Do you remember what made me think of it as the core thing that you said? It was like a essentially you stuck it into the orange, and it had a almost like a straw.
You could drink orange
the juice
juice
out of
yes.
the orange.
Yeah, those are good.
It was great. However, as you started to get down towards the end of it, Preston, your skull would implode from
Totally.
Yeah.
We did that with like candy sticks, like lollipop sticks.
What did you do with them?
We would, but not oranges, but we would do it with lemons.
Oh.
Do the same exact
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
It was like a candy stick that had
we
a
did that
hole
with
in it.
pregnancy tests.
You could do that too.
Wait, candy stick like a pixie stick type? of thing?
No,
Or
no, it's like a lollipop in a stick form that basically was a
I know what you're
straw
talking
as
about.
well.
Okay.
And because of the sugar involved, it wasn't so bitter
Yes,
when you
sour.
and sour. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, interesting. And there it goes. All right, let's see if somebody can answer the question, what movie is this clip from?
Let me tell you something, mister. Unlike you outside of cigarettes, I only have one vice, and a good chili dog is it. So please pipe down and let me enjoy my lunch in peace.
All right, let's see if we haven't answered that. We're going to go to Larry, see if he knows. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, Larry, what...
You, Larry?
Wow. I never expect that when you play that. Larry, what movie is that from?
The Blues Brothers.
That is incorrect.
You, Larry?
Good guess.
We send him off with this.
All right.
You, Larry?
All right, sorry, Larry. No, we're going to go to Ted next. Hey, Ted, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to see you. Ted, what movie is that from?
I'm going to say Dragnet.
It is Dragnet. Yeah. So
Dan
Dan
Aykroyd.
Aykroyd was in the Blues Brothers. But he got it right. So what would you like, Ted?
I want to see Sting and Shaggy.
All right. Well, then
got it.
I got a
Hang
pair
on.
of tickets for you as MMR rocks Sting and Shaggy headlining the One Fine Day, a one-day festival at the Man on Saturday, September 9th. It's 2 stages, including G-Love, Special Sauce, Thundercat, and many more. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, and you can get all the details at WMMR.com.
All right. Let's play another movie clip. I think we have 5 of these all together before we give away everything. So here is another clip. Let's see if you can name the movie.
Give us a bottle of your finest champagne, 5 shrimp cocktails, and some bread for my brother.
We have a Dom Perignon, $20.
That'll be fine, pal.
All right. So what happened to the price there?
Yeah, that got cut off there.
Yeah, all right.
You said $78.
It
There was
should
a
be-
little
It's like
skip.
$120, I
Yeah.
think is what he said. All right, anyway, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that is from. Order up. All right, so I saw this story this morning. A company called Juicy Marbles.
Juicy Marbles
is a company taking a decidedly different approach to the plant-based meat replacements. Since its inception, the company has focused on shockingly realistic plant-based imitations of whole beef muscle cuts like filet or loin, But its current project goes even deeper into the simulation by adding a grisly detail, and that is bones. Okay, so plant-based meat with bones.
So these guys are sticking their bones in meat?
Something like that. Juicy Marbles has developed plant-based ribs, bones, and all. Obviously, the company has always targeted meat eaters with its products as it aims to recreate plant-based versions of carnivore dishes.
What do you, are the bones made of anything edible?
I'm going to tell you about that. But adding bones into the mix is new territory, and the bones will be edible. Now, the bones are soy-based. They're meant to be baked or fried once the meat has been eaten to enjoy as a crispy snack afterwards.
Do you know what I read? And it's an interesting thing. So you think of Beyond and you think of Impossible. Those actually they aren't really purchased by people who are vegetarian and vegan because they don't like that taste to begin with.
The idea of eating, even the simulated idea of eating meat anymore. Because some people do it for ethical issues. Other
And that
people
would
do
be
it,
me.
Yeah, and other people do it for. But you eat hamburgers.
I
and
do.
stuff.
I'm saying so my attraction to the Beyond and the Impossible is like I'm fine with a vegetable burger, you know. But so that was never the issue. But it is interesting to think that people just are naturally repulsed by the taste of what a burger is or a beef.
Right. But some people go vegan for ethical reasons and some for health reasons.
Right.
But these guys are marketing towards meat eaters who might be doing a healthy.
That's interesting.
Version.
Yeah. I hope it takes off.
So mock bones.
Mock?
Yeah. In vegetarian dishes.
Yeah.
Such as Satan-based. Is it
satine.
I love this beef.
Not Satan. No.
Meat eaters, guess what? I'm back with bones. The bones of the children.
Thank you, Satan.
By the way, you like that sauce?
What is it? How do you pronounce it, Nick?
Satine.
Satine. Satan-based chicken wings. But in those cases, the bones were made of fibrous sugarcane stalks that weren't technically edible. They were just there for structural integrity. Juicy Marbles is being a little bit cheeky with the whole thing. The co-founder, Vladimir Mikovich,
that's right,
said to some bones from plants may be an ideological provocation, but we shouldn't take these things too seriously. It's just fun. Bones invite you to eat with your hands.
To people who would say such thing, I say these nuts.
And share food with the whole table. So they're going to release 500 packages of new plant-based ribs on August 28th. You have to sign up for the email list on the website to get a chance to purchase them. A link will be emailed out to the first on the 28th to those who sign up, and it'll be first come, first served deal.
Preston, so and Connor, is this in fact a picture of what we're talking about here? Because this looks astonishingly authentic.
Connor? Is this the product that we have pictures of? Yes. Okay.
That's
pretty amazing.
Pretty convincing.
Yeah, it looks real.
So Wilson's brought by plant-based shrimp on Tuesday.
Yeah. What'd you think?
It was good. It was definitely good. And
Wilson's makes I know you agree, Preston, my favorite cheesesteak that has it's beyond or impossible. It's amazing.
But he was saying that a guy came in who hadn't had shrimp in 25 years.
Yeah.
And I don't know for what reason.
Maybe an allergy.
It could be an allergy, and that's that's where I was kind of going with this. Is my son? I think he's allergic to certain seafoods and stuff, and so this is a great option. So people who are not vegetarians. Who might just have dietary restrictions, this is great for them.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we need to find out what movie this clip is from, and let's see if you know.
Give us a bottle of your finest champagne, 5 shrimp cocktails, and some bread for my brother.
We have a Dom Perignon 71 at $120.
That'll be fine, pal.
All right, let's see if you know what movie that is from. We will go to Chase and see if he knows. Hi, Chase. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Chase, what movie is it?
Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
That is incorrect, sir.
Damn.
Sorry. And we will go to one more caller. It's Daryl. Hey there, Daryl.
Hey, good morning, Ed, again.
Good morning, Ed, to see you. All right. Daryl, what movie is it?
I'd hate to say it, but the guy said it right before. That was the Blues Brothers.
You are correct, sir. Yes.
Pee Wee Herman. Herman there.
That,
Pee Wee Herman.
exactly, yeah. That's Paul Rubens who says the Dom Perignon, 71 at $120. That's Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah.
Hang on the line, Daryl. We got something for you.
We got a case of Trogs Perpetual. At Trogs, artisanal meets mechanical in a taste of IPA they call Perpetual. Cycling through hop-back vessel and dry hopping method, this bold Imperial Pale Ale emerges rife with sticky citrus rind, pine balm, and tropical fruit.
All right.
Wait.
Hold on.
quick.
Nate, hold the phone.
Sorry, is that restaurant also in Chicago?
Yes. The Chez Paul?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
I think
I have
so.
no idea.
I just the
Probably.
reason why that guy said Ferris Bueller was that they also go to a fancy restaurant in Chicago and are out of place. And I was just it occurred to me that it's similar scenes,
You know what?
different
Nick,
movies.
Nick, I think they made reference to that. And so they did a John Hughes documentary. I think it was on A&E, and they were talking about all the locations that were used because he did film in Chicago a lot.
Yeah,
and So I
it
don't
was
know.
an homage to the Blues Brothers.
So wait a minute. So you're saying that those are the same two restaurants?
No. I'm wondering if the reason why John Hughes did that for Ferris Bueller was to pay respects to the Blues Brothers.
Don't know.
They were buds.
Order up. So when staffing a new Center City bar, Tapster, the owner, Roman Malazeshevsky, didn't hire a bartender or cook because Tapster's bar is not a bar in the conventional sense. It is a wall lined with 54 taps of beer, wine, batch cocktails, spiked teas, hard seltzers, kombucha, cold brew coffee and juices, and it's all self-service.
It is pretty wild because it was the article in the Inquirer had pictures of it. Marissa, have you been there?
Nope.
Okay.
Tapster's few employees roam the floor to guide customers rather than stand behind the bar or work the stove.
I love this because listen, I don't drink, I don't go to bars, but we were at an establishment not that long ago, and there were a lot of people at the bar. I just wanted a Diet Coke, and it's so
takes forever.
It takes forever, but then also like there's the You don't want to be like in the bartender's face, but like when the bartender has like looked over you and gone to somebody that just walked up and you've already been. I can't stand that, and it's not their fault, or maybe it is. They could be doing that on purpose because they don't like the way you're standing, or you
don't like the way you look.
I don't like the way you look.
Well, this would certainly remedy a lot of that.
I've had that happen before.
Yeah.
Where the bartenders clearly looked right at you. And they're like, I'm not going to serve you next. You know, I've seen it before. I don't know why.
Like, what did I
think
do?
it's my face, Kathy.
Yeah.
Again.
It's your damn face.
We walked out of a bar once because they came over and served, like we ordered maybe like 4 drinks or something, and they served 2 out of the 4 and then moved on to somebody else. Never took the credit card, didn't give us the rest of the drinks, and we finished the drinks and we were like, you know what?
Yeah.
We're out of here.
Go
And we
somewhere
left.
else. So pour your own setups have been popping up around places that we already have a few. Rivertown Taps in Phoenixville, Stumpy's Hatchet House in Westchester.
Stumpy's.
Bark Social in Manayunk, and Vince's Pizza in Newtown.
Is,
there's
I
one in
haven't been to
Manayunk?
any of these.
No, I'm not familiar.
Bark Social is what it's called. In Manayunk.
Is that Hatchet House? Is that a hatchet throwing place? Maybe.
Stumpy's Hatchet House in Westchester. Don't know.
Could be. Or maybe it's just Stumpy's place.
That's Kathy's territory. I don't know.
Maybe that's how you got Stumpy.
The thing is that self-service allows people to sample at their own pace. Most of the places have Kitchen. Tapster, which now has 3 other locations nationally, follows Pennsylvania law by offering food, which is popcorn and reheated empanadas.
Interesting.
Yes, it is.
It's a hatchet throwing place?
Yeah.
But the bulk of the menu is handed through an arrangement with the Happy Rooster, which is the bar across the street. So there are some places that partner like that.
Wait, the Happy Rooster.
They had our sandwich.
They made the Dar.
The Dar, way back when. I drove by it. I think it closed for a while.
Oh, my God. I missed the Dar.
I thought it did, but I drove by it and saw it. It was in the city not long ago, and I'm like, those are the guys that made our old sandwich.
What was in the Dar? Do you remember?
Meatballs. It was meatballs on buttered garlic bread. With roasted red peppers.
Yes.
And I think provolone, sharp provolone, maybe.
And was there French fries on it as well?
That I'm not sure about. Maybe.
I just remember eating so many of them. We used to go as a show and go to lunch and eat them. I remember by the end of the run, I was like, I don't want any more of these.
The Dar was pretty popular.
That was a sandwich back when we were at Y100. We came up with a recipe, and the Happy Rooster. We had a guy who was there, maybe one of the managers, who agreed to put it on the menu.
It was named after the Beastmaster.
Damn it. I was going to ask Kathy. I was going to give her $1 if she could tell us where we got the name Dar. But
I thought we got it from a guy called that day, and he on the phone he just goes Dar like that, and we started making fun of him.
I was a listener back then.
Yeah.
I don't think it was Beastmaster. I think it was what Preston said. I think somebody made a goofy sound.
I think it came from that.
Yeah.
But then, of course, yes.
But how did it
the
become
main
a
character's name
sandwich?
was Dar. We were talking about wanting to get on a menu.
And we just picked that because it was something we were
Yeah,
doing
we
on
said
the show.
let's
Okay.
create something.
And there happened to be a number of trendy sandwiches. It might have been at the point in time at which Chef Duffy had the best sandwich in the country, and there were a lot of these designer sandwiches that were drawing places in.
Not sure.
Yeah.
So anyhow, the Happy Rooster, you can scan a QR code to order quesadillas, loaded tots, wings, fries, calamari, Caesar salad, the Dar, and fish tacos, and more, and they'll run it across the street for you. So you walk in, you present your ID and credit card at the counter. A tab is opened. You get a tap card linked to the credit card to activate the taps. Peruse the menus shown on TV screens overhead. Drinks are explained more fully at each tap, and then you pick up a glass and pour whatever you want. It's interesting.
I'd be curious to see how they do in the long run.
So the variety is broad and prices range from pretty good to high. By the way, this is Michael Klein who wrote this article. 16-ounce Rolling Rock is $2.88.
What? Okay.
Yeah, that's a hell of a deal.
Yeah.
And on the on the higher end is a brewery, Omegang's Wit.
Oh, yeah.
Ommegang, yeah.
They're good
Omegang's
beers.
Wit.
Yes.
It's 70 cents an ounce. That comes out to $11.20 for a pint.
Okay.
Ugh.
That's a little pricey.
That's super pricey.
They're hiring right now at Tapster Philly. They posted on their Instagram.
I wonder.
The Tapster.
Well, they don't need people to serve drinks.
They're looking for a shift manager.
Okay. So there are TVs, but it's not a sports bar. Hours are noon to midnight Monday to Thursday, noon to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday, and 1 to 11 p.m. on Sunday as well.
Huh.
Yeah. All right. Hang on a second. By the way, going back to the Blues Brothers and Ferris Bueller's Day Off, we go to Daniel, who wants to confirm something. Hey, Daniel, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you today?
Good. What's up, buddy?
That restaurant from Blues Brothers and Ferris Bueller's Day Off, it's the same restaurant. It's called Biggs. It's not there anymore.
Okay.
It's not there anymore, but it used to be used for all these TV shows like Early Edition. I live like a block from there, and they'd always film there, and it was a pain in the butt.
Wow. No kidding.
Just a traffic jam, yeah. It was
Oh,
a
yeah.
great French restaurant, but it was horrible.
Okay. And do you live in Chicago now?
No, I live in Virginia.
Oh, all right.
I live in Virginia now. So I've been listening to you guys for a couple of years. You guys are great. Love you guys. I saw you at the Ashore.
Oh.
Oh, man, thank you. We appreciate that.
That's awesome, Daniel. Thanks, bud.
I listen to you on the app, and you guys rock. So
You are the best.
Yeah.
All right, bud. Thanks for checking in.
No worries.
We'll see you. So they were the same restaurant, but it wasn't named in, I guess they were probably named different things in the movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it was called Biggs. All right, interesting. All right, let's play another clip and see if we can give something away. You ready? Yeah. We set? What movie is this from?
Want some bacon? No, man, I don't eat pork. Are you Jewish? No, I ain't Jewish. I just don't dig on swine, that's all. Why not? Pigs are filthy animals. I don't eat filthy animals. Yeah, but bacon tastes good. Pork chops taste good.
That's an easy one.
Yeah,
215-263 WMMR. Call now. All right, order up. We'll go with this story. There are restaurants in Saint-Tropez.
Saint-Tropez.
That are reportedly telling customers reservations cost over $1,500 per person and over $5,000 minimum spend for a table.
So if you're going to go in there as a single person on a reservation, you are expected to spend $1,500?
Yeah. 50. Yeah, well, hang on a second.
Or is that simply the fee for making a reservation?
Reservations cost over $1,500 per person and a $5,000 minimum to spend at the table.
So you're looking at $6,500.
I would hope that the $1,500 is included in that $5,000.
What's so good about this place that they can charge that exorbitant fee?
No, it's several of them. Some of these restaurants are also demanding larger tips or flat out refusing reservations to returning customers whose previous dining experiences didn't result in high enough bills.
Saint-Tropez can go F themselves.
The mayor of Saint-Tropez agrees with you, Steve. Sylvia Siri is her name. Has started to address these restaurant practices. Saint-Tropez, one of the most expensive places to live in France, is also a popular vacation spot for international travelers and celebrities.
You remember that place? I think it's still around, still doing what they were cited for
in Greece.
In Greece,
Yeah,
a crazy expense, and they would just sort of target people.
yeah, they sucker you in.
Yeah.
and they don't let you know that these things are as expensive as they are,
Right.
and then they hold you hostage until you can pay your bill. So according to the mayor, she said these practices are odious for the people and therefore for our clientele, but also for local people. She said, we have already been chased out of our flats, and pretty soon we'll be chased out of the restaurants too, unable to eat out. Siri said that she would begin talking to restaurant owners and warn the restaurants could risk losing their licenses if they were found guilty of extortion and organized racketeering and illegally compiling databases of customers.
Well, what happens is that, to the tourism side of things, people they think, oh, that's what they do there, I'm not going to go.
Yeah.
And so other restaurants end up being hurt. So, yes, she's smart to sort of try to nip this in the bud.
Yeah, that's outlandish. All right, we'll see if you know what movie this is from.
Want some bacon? No, man, I don't eat pork. Are you Jewish? No, I ain't Jewish. I just don't dig on swine, that's all. Why not? Pigs are filthy animals. I don't eat filthy animals. Yeah, but bacon tastes good. Pork chops taste good.
All right, Kevin, what movie's that from, brother?
Mark.
Yeah! All right, what movie, Kevin?
That's an easy one. That's Pulp Fiction.
Of course. Yes, hang on a second.
Stop talking. Yeah. Santa's got to go.
What happened there?
That was a new album that's coming out called The Best of Bill Weston.
I think Casey calls it Fat Fingers.
No, it is. The touchscreen is off. Like you see me hitting dumb and.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, let's see if it happens again.
I need you to stop talking.
No kidding.
It needs to be recalibrated.
Yeah.
Where he's actually touching on the touchscreen, the cursor
So now
comes up somewhere
I'm
else.
hitting Hey Mister. You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now you know.
That sucks.
Good system.
All right. Hi, Kevin. You've just won yourself a case of Trogs Perpetual. At Trogs, artisanal meets mechanical in a state of IPA they call Perpetual. And you got that.
Yeah.
I don't really doing the whole thing.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah, so you got that.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to play another movie. We're going to play another movie. Kevin.
This one?
Yep. What movie is this food clip from as we're doing the Connoisseur?
You're going to start your day off with a nice big breakfast. Here we go. Sit down. Here's some pancakes and eggs, sausage, and some good crisp bacon. And, of course, a ham steak.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. It's kind of a tough one.
Yeah.
We'll see if you can get this one, all right? Order up. All right. A chicken tender or a chicken finger?
Oh, man.
What is the difference?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Chicken tenders. Hang on a second.
Are chicken fingers smaller than chicken tenders?
I think chicken tenders are flattened. More,
Yeah.
they use those little flattening
the tenderizer.
hammer
Tenderizer.
things. Yeah, is that what that's called?
Tenderizer.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not a chef, bro.
That's okay, bro.
I've never seen a hammer.
The word tender doesn't simply describe a succulent strip of meat. According to the Kitchen website, it refers to a particular cut of chicken located at the bottom of the breast. So when you get the whole chicken breast, without the bone, boneless chicken breast, when you take them out, you'll notice there's a little dangly piece underneath
Right below the chicken
cutlet.
knocker.
That's right below the chicken knocker.
Okay.
That's the tender.
Yeah.
I sometimes leave them on. Sometimes I'll cut it off.
Yeah.
And cook that separately, just because it cooks unevenly with the rest of the chicken breast.
Is it wrong? So whether it be chicken tenders, which is when we we go to any sporting event, at the Wells Fargo or Aramark, those are chicken
fingers
that we're getting, correct?
Yeah.
I love them. What's the restaurant chain in town that's?
It's Raising Cane's.
Yeah.
It's okay. I've had it.
You didn't like it?
A lot of hype on.
A lot of hype, man.
Yeah.
A lot of hype.
On the dipping sauces.
Well, so that's the thing. Like, it's the dipping sauce is really the star of the show, not the chicken itself.
Well,
And
but it should be the chicken itself.
It should be the
Is
chicken.
that what you're saying?
Are you a chicken finger fan?
I mean, I'm a chicken fan. That's the only protein I really eat, so I have to be a chicken finger fan.
Yeah.
But wait, so it solely is that piece of meat. That's what makes it
The tender.
The tender.
Yeah.
And then what are the others?
I'll
Just
explain.
other parts?
Let me expand a little bit on the tender for a moment.
Explain.
The pectoralis minor, or inner fillet, measures about 1.5 inches wide and 5 inches long on an average bird, making it the perfect size for nestling into a basket of French fries and dipping sauce. Whole tenders are usually served fried, but they don't have to be. A chicken tenderloin that's sautéed in lemon sauce or stewed and grilled is technically still a tender, but it still may be a harder sell for younger diners because they want the fried thing. So chicken fingers, on the other hand, are defined by the preparation rather than the cut. The dish is traditionally made by slicing chicken breast into strips, so the label chicken strip can also apply to this. You bread them and then you deep fry them. Chicken strip.
Strip chicken strip.
Go, baby. Some heavily processed chicken fingers.
That's it. Love it. Love it, Clucky. Let's see some chicken knocker.
Let those feathers fly.
That's right. You're a filthy bitch.
Yeah. Wow. Skipped up real fast.
Yeah.
I guess I got out of hand.
So heavily processed chicken fingers may be
You're
made.
a filthy chicken bitch.
Happy birthday, Gene.
Yeah.
May be made from separate chicken bits and pieces that have been molded into strips as well.
Okay.
So those are the more processed ones, Kathy.
Yeah, okay.
The meat inside a chicken finger could even be a whole tenderloin, a chicken tender. All fried chicken tenders qualify as fingers, but not all chicken fingers are tenders.
Hence this article, which tried to break it down. And I think I mentioned to you, even after reading it all, I didn't quite decipher what they were saying.
And we haven't talked about chicken nuggets yet, and I want to do.
They're a different category entirely.
Yes.
And I have some information on that.
Okay, because I want
Chicken balls.
The shapes?
Well, not the shapes, but if you took a chicken finger and you shrunk it so it was bigger than a nugget, you could call it a chicken fugget. And it's in between a finger and a nugget.
At that moment, Casey knew he'd gone too far.
I did not.
Bill is in the studio, and he looked very nervous when Casey said
I just
that.
said fugget.
Fuggiet,
Yeah.
which is a combination
That's
of
me.
a finger and a nugget. Anyway.
It's like the funky chicken.
Chicken nuggets are a different category entirely. They are much easier for the average person to identify. They're basically fingers, but instead of long strips, they're shaped into bite-sized, irregular morsels. Chicken nuggets are also, I love that word, morsels.
Bill also just put his phone on vibrate.
Did you call him?
I did not. I did not.
All right, Bill Weston, Man About Town, is
Oh, hey.
indeed here. Play his music.
I
Hang
got
on a
it.
second.
Come on.
We can't do it. Okay. All right. Hi, Bill.
Are we? We're in the Connoisseur.
Yes.
Yes, the beloved morning show segment.
Yeah.
Sweeping Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Well, this is a food-related story.
Wow. Oh, well, we're not done with fuggets yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're going to say that a few more times just to
Say what?
beat that dead horse, right? Till it freaking dies a unholy death on the side of the road.
Here, do you want headphones, Bill?
Yeah, put the headphones on.
Go ahead, Bob.
We're going to give these to you. And then,
What is that?
Wait, just hang. I want you to deliver the food story.
Yeah.
Well, it's Kathy's birthday.
Oh, okay. She gets to do it.
I just delivered it to Kathy.
Okay. Hang on.
What's it say?
Well, she's pre-reading it, so.
Okay, it's a birthday e-gift. Please enjoy your birthday lunch or bar tab on me. Feel free to talk on air at nauseum about the restaurant in hopes of getting a free dessert or they name a sandwich after you. Happy birthday.
It's a $50 gift card to Redstone.
Redstone! Shut up!
Thank you so much, but I don't even need this because I don't pay there. Just kidding.
Because of all the free commercials.
Bill gives Kathy a hard time for talking about Redstone so much because they don't advertise here on WMMR.
Why don't
and
they?
That's a good question.
Because they get it for free.
Yeah, right? Why would
True.
they?
Yeah. That's very nice of you, Bill.
Yeah, so
thanks, Bill.
the codicil or the addendum to the story is that like maybe 12 months ago, my wife and I went to Redstone for the first time.
What'd you think?
It was a nice restaurant.
Yeah,
She's asked to go back, but they were closed for a while.
Yeah, they had a fire. And they just reopened last week, which I announced yesterday on the show. No,
That's funny, Bill, because when you were there, they didn't have
along
a fire.
with the
They were
daily
smoking your
specials,
cigar.
right? What do they got? So anyway, happy birthday.
All right, thank you, Bill.
that's very nice.
Man About Town. Popping in for a quick moment and a birthday gift for Kathy. That's
very nice.
All right, we will see if you can identify the movie in this clip. Here we go.
You're going to start your day off with a nice big breakfast. Here we go. Sit down. Here's some pancakes, eggs, sausage, and some good crisp bacon. And, of course, a ham steak.
All right, what movie is that clip from? We'll go to Danny to see if we can get it. Hey, Danny.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Danny. What movie is that from, bud?
That would be Pleasantville.
Pleasantville is correct. Hang on just a second, and here's what we have for you, Danny.
A case of Trogs Perpetual. At Trogs, artisanal meets mechanical in a state of IPA they call Perpetual.
All right, we're going to wrap that up. That is the last bit for the Connoisseur.
Yeah.
This week, dear friends, and we'll gather some more, and we'll get together another time and share our food stories with you. We will take a break. We will come back in a second. More Bizarre File stories are on the way, and don't forget we give away our Word of the Week prize this morning. Could be you that wins it. Stick around.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
For special deals, it's got to be Kathy.
Gotta be Kathy.
Gotta be Kathy.
My wife's the same way.
Yep.
All right, Casey.
When you said Queen of Returns, I was so relieved that you didn't say me. But I was thinking the same exact thing. She never pays for shipping. Yeah, so Kathy Romano. No doubt.
Okay, Marissa?
I actually think that Casey's family is just, I think your wife is the same, and I think your family, and I think it bleeds onto you a little bit, so I'd say Casey.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, in a good way. All great ways.
Kathy?
Oh, okay. So I did not think of myself. I don't think of myself as cheap, although I love a coupon and don't like to pay for shipping. I won't not buy it if I don't find the coupon.
Really?
Yeah, and just because.
But you like quality too, though.
Yes,
so,
and I
yeah.
like quality items as well. I went with Preston because I believe that Nick and Preston, when we talk about tipping conversations, they always have a similar opinion. So so I went with Preston.
Okay. And what is, just briefly, what is your tipping deal?
Just that Steve always goes over the top, and they'll do like the standard tip, like what's listed, and and not really go over.
Tip
like
based on performance, not just
Right.
Steve is going to tip over tip no matter what.
I always over tip. I always do. Steve.
So, and for that reason, because Preston is not cheap at all, but we have those conversations on air, and when we talk about the tipping, those two will take that angle, and so I said Preston.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Nick, survey says.
Well, it turns out that Kathy and Steve are right. I went with Preston.
Oh.
And it was because of the way that we think about stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And because you're kind of cheap.
He's very generous.
Joking.
You see my bill from the vacation I just took?
Yeah. Do you hate it when they include the tip without asking you?
No.
That doesn't bother you?
That doesn't bother me. In fact, added gratuities I'm fine with. But if I did get service that was not good, I think that it reflects on the tip. I mean, absolutely.
Do you talk to the server and say this is why?
No.
Never done that.
Do you do that,
I
Mark?
usually, I can't tell you the last time that I had really bad service and I left anything less than 20%.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, but I usually 20% is about right for me. So
okay. Okay. Second question about Nick. Anyone who knows Nick knows his passion for music and his love of both Eddie Vedder and Dave Matthews. I hate Dave Matthews. This begs the question: which of the following two scenarios will Nick pick? Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs.
Wow.
Steve Morrison, you are a sick man.
I love that I got a gay joke and a cheap joke.
Yes. So Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs. All right, that's what we're looking for. We're going to start with Steve.
Well, I thought about this, obviously.
Apparently you have.
And I think that Nick holds both of these gentlemen in high regard, but I think Nick is more concerned with how Eddie would think of him, so he would prefer to have Eddie direct him being violated by Dave Matthews.
Okay. Eddie directs is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, Kathy?
No, I went opposite. I think that Eddie definitely violates him, because if a man is going to violate him, it's going to be Eddie Vedder, and it's just a bonus that Dave is there. So
Just a what?
A bonus that
scared me
Dave
for a
is
minute.
there.
Okay.
So
It's just a bonus.
That's interesting.
he can direct.
All right, Marissa?
I think that Nick probably enjoys Eddie's voice more, so Eddie directs.
And we've got
and I drew a picture.
visual aids.
She drew a picture.
Oh, my.
I thought it would be mouth and not.
No, it's from behind.
Yeah.
Oh, Preston.
Creative ingenuity.
You know what? This is actually, I have a new band name from this.
What is it?
Grunge Cuck.
Grunge Cuck. I love
Grunge
it.
Cuckle. I think that Nick's deep love for Eddie Vedder would mean that he would want him deep inside of him. So I'm going to go with Eddie violating while Dave directs.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. And Casey Boy.
I did the same thing. I think he would love to have Eddie in him, and also opposite of what you were saying, Marissa. I think he likes Dave's speaking voice more.
That's interesting.
But when Dave Matthews sings, he sounds like a billy goat to me. Okay, I don't know.
He does kind of, yeah,
He does, right?
But maybe in the
Mumbles a little
bedroom
bit.
it's a little bit more.
Could be.
I genuinely appreciate all the thought that all you guys put into each, and the drawing, Marissa, was the pièce de résistance.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with I would love to have sex with Eddie Vedder no matter what.
And Dave is directing.
Yeah, Dave is directing.
How do we do on the points on that one, Casey?
I don't remember.
I didn't get a point.
I did.
Okay. All right, and then Preston, what did you say?
I did. I got a point, yeah.
All right, so we have Preston at 5, Marissa at 5, Kathy at 5, Steve at 6, Casey at 4.
So Steve at 6.
God bless our callers. They've been on hold for 30 minutes now. That's
Sorry, guys.
Hang in there, guys.
So
All
sorry
right.
about that.
We leave the best for last. Marissa. It is no secret that Marissa spends a lot of time out on the town attending the trendiest events, often having to check her license to remember where she lives. Of all the multitude of events, parties, clubs, etc. that Marissa attends or frequents, which will she admit makes her feel the most pompous? All right, she goes to events. Whenever I used to live here, I'd run into her at 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. And the question is, which of all the events she goes to makes her feel the most pompous? Interesting question. We're going to start with Steve.
This, to me, even as writing the question, I thought, is this too easy? But I figured, what the hell, why not go for it? I'm going to have to say dinner en blanc.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Fancy schmancy events.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, Kathy.
I said the same thing just because I think she knows the joke behind it and that we all kind of
Make fun of
laugh.
her?
Yeah, laugh that she's going again.
Nick?
The name itself is pompous, so I went with dinner en blanc.
Okay. Preston?
I actually know it's her favorite event, though, so I don't know if it would be considered her the most pompous, but I couldn't think of another more pompous event, so I went with dinner en blanc as well.
Casey?
I honestly couldn't think of anything but dinner en blanc.
All right, so Marissa.
All right, so I thought about this long and hard, and I thought about picking up and going to Europe or Cuba or, just going to some random new Mark Vetri restaurant or something. And all of these, you guys make fun of me for being pompous. But even though I feel like it isn't that pompous, but I'm also just defending it, it's got to be dinner en blanc.
All right, so the
That's a
scores
clean
remain
sweep.
the same. Steve is still in the lead with 7 correct answers, I believe, now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, and so the only ones that can either tie are Kathy and Preston.
All right, last question. To walk a mile in Marissa's shoes is to see the world at a sub-nose level. Which show member? Oh, my God, I can't believe this is the last question.
Oh, my God.
Which show member will Marissa say has the most out-of-control nose hair or cave bats situation? Wow. She's short. She looks up in various places that they think others don't. Preston is in the lead. We could have a potential tie. Then we will go to a tiebreaker question. I have no idea what that is, but we'll figure it out. We're going to start with Casey.
Okay, so it couldn't be me because I pick my nose all the time. So there's virtually never any bats in the cave. I got to go with Preston on this one. I don't really have any other explanation of him.
All right, Preston.
You know what? I've brought this up several times that Marissa has to view nose hairs regularly. I'm the tallest member of the show, so I gotta put myself in that category. She probably sees the most. Yep.
Nick.
I'm hoping it's not me, but I'm going to go with Preston as well.
All right, Kathy.
I went with Preston as well because of the height. His height.
Steve.
I went with Casey.
Wow. Because?
Only because I figured there's a lot of work around there dislodging things, and stuff might be more visible because of that. Though Preston is taller, obviously, and the angle's probably better. I went with Casey.
All right, so potential tie here. Marissa, the answer is...
All right, I'm going to admit something to you guys. There is only one member of the show whose nose I've looked up, and it's because he's constantly pointing it out and seeking my approval. It's Preston.
All right.
There you go.
So, Casey, tell us the score, please.
All right. The final score is, well, I got to give him one and her one. We have a three-way tie.
Oh.
We have a three-way tie between Preston Elliott, Steve Morrison, and Kathy.
Thought of something else I did one time, but immediately, here I am as an adult thinking I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
God, I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
One time we were doing a promotion at the Granite Rim Mall with Y100, and we had we used to take a little putter and a putting green, and we would do a putting contest.
Yeah.
When you go to these promotions, you have a little game. People can play, come on, and when. So we're out there, and we're bored. Nobody's coming out there. And I decide to take the putter and take a full-on driver swing.
No, you didn't.
To the golf ball, or I was pretending to. I was going to swing over the ball, and of course I'm aiming right at the parking lot. And we were in. There was like a tent sale going out there, something. So there was a wide open area where nobody was parked, but about 50 yards away there were cars. I swung at this thing. I hit the ball. And it goes over and thunk and hits the side of a car. Big, huge dent in the side of it. And I tell an intern, I go, go get the golf ball. Go get the golf ball right now. Go get it. So they ran and got the golf ball, and I go, put the whole golf ball thing away. Put the whole putting green thing away.
Appearance over. Appearance over.
Appearance over. Appearance over.
Yeah.
Attention.
We've got our winner.
Yeah. So put the golf ball away.
Appearance over.
And sure enough, like 10 minutes later, somebody comes walking out, and they look at the side of their car, and it's got a big dent in it, and I didn't fess up to it.
All right. How many years ago?
You're 15,
you're
16.
An adult man.
I know.
Wow.
Here I am. I'm confessing it right now.
Now,
that was not cool.
Don't say. But do you remember what kind of car or what color it was or anything like that? Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But it was. I remember them looking down and them looking around, and here I.
People do that all the time.
Hands in my pocket.
Didn't we have a potato gun at one event? And we had it. It was like on a mortar, and we shot it into the parking lot. And didn't we hit a car?
Nope, that never happened. Nope, I think there was another
If
show.
you come to any of our events, park far away.
I regret it. I should. I wouldn't mind making good on that.
Well, listen,
not really.
What are you going to buy him a new car 15 years later?
I heard what you said, you son of a bitch. I spent years trying to figure out how that happened. I thought it was my fault.
Yeah, what would you guys say would be like a movie
Star
theme
Wars?
or score? Yes, Casey, it's number one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to-
no, it's all right.
No, you were asked.
That got 24% of the votes. Almost a quarter of people surveyed cited that as the most memorable.
What percentage are John Williams scores at the top?
Yeah, it's probably Star Wars, Indiana Jones.
Nope, it's just the one.
Oh.
So because after that is
007.
Nope, Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
Bee Gees.
Yep. So Night Fever, Night Fever.
Stay alive, stay alive.
Or Staying Alive, I guess.
Stay alive.
You know what that needed?
And you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty dancing.
13%.
But that's not a theme song. It's not like when the movie started, it was like, no, I had no. Like that's
We're dirty dancing, dirty dancing.
By the way, I saw
He's right
that-
though. There's no dirty dancing theme.
No.
There are songs within Dirty Dancing that are songs.
By the way, I saw on a commercial the other day for some food product. They used Hungry Eyes from that soundtrack as well.
Yes.
Hungry Eyes.
What's that other? She's like the wind.
WMMR.
I like the sound of that word.
Kanger reminds me of Pajanger.
Or it's something like, I think of canker sore when I
Yeah.
hear that, but
Right.
Kanger is like Dude, we're getting like 10 kangers tonight. It is going to be
Everyone's coming over.
Core.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get a room.
Yeah.
Get a room because we're gonna do 10 kangers tonight.
Or it's a total kanger tonight, man.
Total kanger.
Uh-huh.
All right. Time for the bizarre file here. Wait. A kanger is a real thing. Nick just pulled it up on Wikipedia. It is an earthen pot woven around with wicker filled with hot embers used by Kashmiris beneath their traditional clothing to keep the chill at bay. It's a little heating unit.
We have something different
that you wear in Kashmir.
So this up here is a electric cigarette. It appears to. What is it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
A kanger.
vape of some sort.
Kanger 7,000 pod system.
A Shenzhen Kanger. Okay.
All right.
It's a vape thing.
You're having an electric cigarette shoved up your ass.
I like this more traditional heating unit that they use in Kashmir.
It's like
Very
from the
exotic.
old country.
Very exotic.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right. Kanger, everybody. Let's do the bizarre file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
A wealthy banker has gone viral for a speech that he made at his engagement party in northern Italy when 64-year-old Massimo Sergei grabbed the microphone at the lavish soiree and his 150 high society guests while they were there. They were likely expecting a doting and besotted speech dedicated to his fiancée, Cristina Siamandi. What they got instead was a rant filled with allegations of cheating, both sexual and emotional.
Oh, why don't I ever get weddings like that?
And Serge stating that he didn't like being seen as a cuckold. He began by saying,
You should try it.
I want to give you, Christina, the freedom to love, specifically to love another person, a notable lawyer who she clearly cares about more than me.
Wow.
He said, Dear Christina, I know how much you are in love with him mentally and sexually. I know that before him, you had a relationship with an industrialist acquaintance. He said, don't think it pleases me to look like a cuckold in front of you all. Christina is so good at telling her truths that I couldn't leave her alone to narrate the reason why I'm ending our life together tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, he went on to say it's a battle.
I know you've been doing kangers with other men.
Story of infidelity, even premarital. I'm so disappointed. I am heartbroken. She stood awkwardly right beside him as he delivered his scathing list of accusations in front of their friends and family. Since the verbal attack, Siamandi has reportedly engaged attorneys to potentially sue her former fiancé for reputational damage and for subjecting her to very serious attacks on social media and threats from Italian citizens.
That's a ballsy move.
Yes, Siamandi's attorney, Claudio Strata, said that her former partner had intentionally humiliated her. The letter was read out in front of dozens of people, and it was captured in a video that was
sent not cool, bro.
To newspapers. He said, we don't think this was improvised. Sergei
Well, he was holding a script in front of him.
Denied publishing the video as well as allowing it to be filmed in the first place. So, yeah, that's a pretty public way to go about ending things at the wedding.
The best thing I ever saw, like close to that at a wedding, was a guy got a little aggressive with the garter belt.
Okay.
And the husband freaked out and actually cold cocked the guy.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Wow. That'd be a good one to see, too.
That's pretty cool.
In Springfield, Missouri, a woman was arrested for first-degree arson after the fire department says she poured gasoline on some clothes, lit a spicy tortilla chip, and started a fire at the home. Patricia Williams.
I like tortilla chips.
I do, too. I wouldn't set them on fire.
No.
We did put Doritos in a campfire not that long ago, and it works great.
Yes, it does.
They are kindling.
Right, yeah. As helping to start the fire, to help it begin. Patricia Williams.
Tortillas didn't start the fire.
Is being held in county jail for arson and other warrants. Police arrived at the scene, saw smoke coming from the back door while people standing out in front. The witnesses stated Williams started a fire and she was placed under arrest. The witnesses inside the house saw Williams pour gasoline from a soda bottle onto clothes and the floor of the laundry room. She then lit Takis tortilla chips on fire.
Love Takis.
And tossed them into the laundry room.
The super hot.
Yeah, there's some in the office right now if you want to.
Nope.
3 people were inside the house at the time of the fire. All escaped the house with no injuries. Williams was seen on gas station surveillance footage prepaying for $2 worth of gasoline.
This woman looks like underwear where the elastic band has gone too limp.
Yeah. Williams admitted to police that she started the fire intentionally. She said she used the chips because she knew they would support combustion.
I'm very up on my reactions in chemistry.
Because of the grease content. Her next appearance is in September, so she's got to go. Let's see. A man drove into a swimming pool after a hit and run on Wednesday. According to police, the driver was suffering from a mental health episode when he was driving a truck, and he hit a Honda Accord with it. Officers say the truck failed to stop after the crash. The truck went down a hill, through a fence, and into a pool. And before the truck went into the pool, the driver jumped from the vehicle and then into a nearby pond.
So he avoided getting wet and then jumped into the pond.
Yes. Susan Garcia was outside when she heard a cracking sound. When she went to investigate, she couldn't believe what she saw. She said, once I got to the bridge, I saw that gray pickup truck coming at a decent pace.
I seen it.
I realized it was coming down the hill. In the meantime, I saw some guy yelling, running down the hill, and then into the pond. Okay.
All right.
And then I went back inside.
The driver was transported to the hospital for treatment of a mental health crisis.
I do have a question about hit and runs and the legality of it all, because I saw a video, Kathy, it was in Delco, where these people got into a car accident. The one woman started beating the crap out of the other woman, and the other woman got in the car and just drove away. Like,
at that point, I think it's okay for you to leave the scene if you're being beaten.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would think.
Right?
I would think
If you're
you'd have
being
a leg to
attacked,
stand on.
you have the legal right to protect yourself. So I don't think that would qualify as a hit and run if you had stopped and then were attacked.
Right. Police are working to identify a man accused of robbing a store with some interesting companions. He had 3 parrots sitting on him while he did it. This is in Virginia. Around 8 a.m. on August 22nd, the suspect pulled a knife near the McDonald's and took off with an undisclosed amount of money. The suspect was described as a Hispanic man between 28 and 32 years old with tattoos. Detectives reviewed surveillance video from 7-Eleven that showed the suspect wearing a black cowboy hat with 2 parrots on top.
Any identifying features?
A patterned shirt and a 3rd parrot on his shoulder.
We're looking at it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And he
It looks like a circus act.
He committed a crime with this, a robbery. The suspect
Were they his lookouts?
Left the area in a blue Ford SUV. With any information, people are asked to call police. Maybe because one could be facing backwards.
You know what? If they are, you could conceivably interrogate the parrots if they're vocal.
Really?
Yeah.
You think they could?
Absolutely.
They could give you a full rundown of what happened. Wow.
I saw it all.
And then one last story. Let's go with this. A jet ski rider who has been detained since he was washed up on South Korea's coast is believed to be a Chinese dissident who feared for his safety and fled by crossing hundreds of miles of sea, trailing barrels of fuel behind him on a jet ski. Hundreds of miles.
Wow.
The Coast Guard said in a statement that a Chinese man in his 30s tried to illegally enter the country by riding a jet ski from the Shandong area of China.
I lost my parrot.
An eastern province around 200 miles away across the Yellow Sea. He was detained and was being investigated for breaching immigration law. The Coast Guard quoted the man as saying that he left China on his own jet ski, wearing a life vest and a helmet, and carrying a navigator and binoculars.
That's
he
amazing.
also carried 5 fuel containers, which are about 7 gallons each, tying them to the jet ski to make sure that he had enough fuel to reach South Korea. That's crazy. The agency said
then he pulled it off.
It had to rescue the man from the muddy shore late that night as it got a request for the Navy to track a jet ski stuck in the area. The man who lived in South Korea before he had visited the area several times, the Coast Guard said had been handed to the police authorities the previous day. Pretty ballsy.
Yeah.
Hundreds of miles on a jet ski. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file. So we shall take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. See if you've been listening, paying attention. Lesson question is coming up, as well as trash and music news. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Who's a hula hana of come on, I wanna hula back.
What were the hits from the soundtrack? You had that. You had the
You had Hungry Eyes, you had Time in My Life. Those were the 2 biggies.
right, and then
was,
She's Like the Wind.
She's Like the Wind was in that as well.
And that's Patrick Swayze singing that,
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
They had so many hits that were already songs. And it was such a popular album that they made 2 of them.
What was the one? Hey, lover boy. Remember when
Yeah.
they were
How do you call your lover boy?
lip syncing that one?
I simply say,
What was that?
I simply say, baby.
Oh, yeah.
My sweet baby.
Here you go. We have the
Geez,
list.
do you remember the Dirty Dancing tour that happened?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Be My Baby, Hungry Eyes, Stay. Oh, from the Zodiacs. Oh.
Is that?
Oh, won't you stay? Jesus Christ. And then it says yes. There were more songs in this.
What's yes? What's yes?
I don't know. But it was by Mary Clayton. So
I was in 7th grade when that movie came out, and I remember kids on the bus listening to that record because it was so popular, and it was such a resurgence for that type of music, for that style of music, and for that age of music.
Well, really,
that they put out a second record.
The Big Chill was, I think
similar
2 years prior to that, and that, I mean, that was an entire summer that I lived off of that soundtrack.
So we're looking at the track listing here for Dirty Dancing. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Was that it?
No.
Different one?
I wanna know if you feel
Overload. Don't know that one. Off the title. I'm sure we know every single one of these songs. Love is Strange. I think that's the one, Kathy. Hey, lover boy.
Okay.
Why don't you come over here, little...
Hey, boy. My name is Man-Thing. Why don't you come over here and let's dance? Baby. I'm dirty dancing all over your face.
Just don't try not to move.
Don't move. This hurts.
Now do the lift.
We're filthy dancing. I'll lift you up.
Remember that remake?
A day after the season 13 finale of America's Got Talent, finalist Michael Ketterer was arrested for domestic violence.
Whoa.
Well, it shows the system works because he only came in 5th place.
Well, what did he do? Was he a singer or what?
He packed luggage.
No, I don't know. Michael Ketterer is
I
his
think he was
name,
a
and
singer.
I don't know what he did. We're looking at a picture of him with his arms open at a microphone, so that leads to believe that he may
did a
have
John
been
McCain impression.
a singer and impersonated John McCain. So those are the two things you can clearly get from this photograph here.
He's going to be playing a Vegas casino.
It's uncanny.
Yeah.
He just does John McCain and that's it?
Yeah.
What would it be like if John McCain sang the songbook of Air Supply?
A loving tribute to
one of our nation's heroes and the kings of soft rock.
I don't even have any air supply.
One of our nation's heroes. You probably do on
So
here.
lost without you.
I'm sorry.
I knew you were right for leaving me so long.
That's
very specific talent.
It was the greatest John McCain Air Supply show I've ever seen.
And I'm bringing back my whole family. It's patriotic and it's romantic.
All right. So anyhow, I guess he was a singer and a John McCain impersonator. This is a student pilot.
Yes.
And I have not heard this yet.
Student pilot is soloing for the first time. So they've got their lessons, and now they're going to take it up and fly it by themselves.
Yeah, so she spent many hours training.
Yes.
And ready for her solo flight. And
upon takeoff, she's in flight, and they notice one of her wheels, its fixed wheels, has fallen off.
Okay.
The aircraft.
We have the audio of this, and I haven't heard it yet.
Maggie, this is John. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay, you're doing a great job flying the airplane. Keep doing what you're doing. We got plenty of time. You got plenty of fuel. We got plenty of daylight. So just try to relax. And you always heard me say go back to basics. So we're going to work the basics here as much as possible, okay? Keep everything as normal as you can.
All right.
Okay. Oh, my God. I'm choked up listening to this.
Seriously, I'm tearing up.
He's a calming voice, though. That's somebody I would want to speak to on the other end.
Beautiful job, Maggie. You got a whole bunch of people clapping for you up here.
She landed.
Great work. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie. Excellent job.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I was nervous. Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held the, I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no,
here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to protect?
Sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode on the Avatar ride down in Disney World last year.
They gave you a pilot's license?
You became a pilot?
No, but
He's
you
an astronaut
fly.
now.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is? Okay.
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. We're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride.
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the whole, I mean, the difference is they're just speaking a different language.
Chitingpa.
But is that I love you?
Chitingpa. I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery.
Chitingpa.
So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor, his name is Nguyen Quoc Trung.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had, a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy.
as opposed to The Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells.
It's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truc Nhu.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
No, that's Truc You.
Oh, okay.
Sell them for less.
I'm like,
Sell
what?
for less, Jack. Del Toyota, man. No, not Truc You. Truc.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, Truck You.
Truc Nhu.
Jack, sell them for less.
Jack, sell them for less.
I love you. I'm not the Jack.
Truc Nhu.
Okay.
Who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu asks Nhu, "Come home
What you
with
gonna
me."
do?
She says, "Come home with me, yeah?" Nhu then heads back to stand before Trung. She says, "I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time."
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
quite stunning.
Yeah, the Bachelor weighs in asking you, "If you decide this, would you feel regretful?" "This doesn't change my decision," he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
"I'm not going to give this rose to anyone else." Truck.
Sell them for less.
Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in, telling Truc Nhu,
Sell them for less.
Jack,
no.
sell them for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But Nhu seems to have made up her mind and gives him back the rose. She said, "I know you'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry." And then the two women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really?
What happened?
Truc Nhu decided to return after...
I can never sell them for less. My heart is broken, and I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I noticed.
Just notice more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War, CW,
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. All the jokes were told between Soviets, but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So,
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
I don't. They're not clear on what the purpose.
Or was
of this
it for their?
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at the CIA.
There's a lot of Yakov Smirnov stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke? On 93.3 WMMR, it's Everything That Rocks. I don't know how many people think that song is actually titled Woohoo.
I know.
It's actually called Song 2. 22 minutes after 10 o'clock, a Friday morning. We got, maybe some pockets of rain happening today. Later this afternoon, supposed to be some, and maybe later tonight, too, depending on where you are. High about 83 degrees. Tomorrow, we're looking at partly cloudy skies. 87 are high. I don't know if there's any showers being called for in certain areas or not. I certainly hope not, because it's a Saturday. And then partly cloudy on Sunday, high of 83. So there's your weekend. We do have something to give away via the lesson question. We're going to give away a $50 cash card from Ahsoka. Let's see if you know the answer to this question. What does Gene Simmons like to call chicken strippers? That was not that long ago. It was about 9:45 we did that. All right, 215-263-WMMR. If you were listening and you heard Gene Simmons talking to the chicken strippers, what does he like to call them? 215-263-WMMR. While you call, we will do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you this morning by Rita's Soak Up Summer. At Rita's with a refreshing frozen lemonade to pucker up, as these frozen lemonades are available in 4 delicious fun flavors. But get to Rita's quick, as they are here only for a limited time. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Britney Spears revealing that her impending divorce will not change her autobiography, which is due for release next month. Spears says, luckily, while writing the book, she completely forgot she was married.
Hey!
Attorney Brian Friedman blasting NBC, claiming the network manufactures mental instability by applying reality show cast members with alcohol while depriving them of food and sleep. NBC is countering, saying they do have a reality show that doesn't do any of that, called Meet the Press.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Kevin Costner's estranged wife, Christine Baumgartner, claiming the actor is worth 4 times more than when she initially signed that prenup agreement. Costner's attorney responded to the observation with a terse, suck it.
Wow.
And that's all I
All righty, let's go over here and see if somebody knows the answer to this question. What does Gene Simmons like to call chicken strippers? 215-263-WMMR, and I will go to Debbie to try to get the answer. Hi there, Debbie. Hey, Debbie.
Hey.
Okay.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you. No sad, bro. All right, so what does Gene Simmons like to call chicken strippers?
Bitches.
Yeah, filthy chicken bitches. Yeah, hang on a second.
Vern Troyer likes that.
Debbie, we are going to set you up. You get yourself a $50 cash card, and that's from Ahsoka. New episodes streaming Wednesdays only on Disney+.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting, recruiting for an eczema study to test a topical medication. Ages 2 and older can register. Compensation may be available for time and travel. Plymouth Meeting Dermatology.com. So Avenged Sevenfold has a lot to celebrate this week. Their 10-year-old single, Hail to the King, has now been certified triple platinum.
Wow.
For sales of 3 million units. Yeah, that's huge.
They have a hardcore fan base.
It took the band 8 years to sell the first million, and the second platinum was achieved just 2 years ago. Another song from the same album, This Means War, just certified gold, and that equals sales of 500,000. When the album first came out in 2013, it debuted at #1 on the Billboard 200 chart, so a big week for them. Stained has released a new song. It's called In This Condition, and it's from their upcoming album, Confessions of the Fallen. Confessions will be their first release since 2011, and will be out on September 22nd.
What happened?
And
I fell.
Stained is currently on the road with Godsmack and will begin solo dates next month. David Coverdale is celebrating the 50th anniversary of his Deep Purple debut with a special version of the Purple album. Whitesnake's tribute to his 3-year tenure, by the way, with the legendary group. This newly remixed, remastered, and expanded edition of the 2015 album features previously unreleased recordings, including the very demo that secured Coverdale's spot with Deep Purple.
How old is he now? He's got to be 70s, late 70s?
He was 21 and joined Deep Purple in 73. So someone do the math and figure that out.
71.
71 years old. Wow.
David Coverdale, right?
Yep.
Okay.
He went on to record 3 classic albums alongside the Rock and Roll Hall of Famers before forming Whitesnake a few years later.
I don't think I knew he was in Deep Purple.
Yeah, he had a short run with them.
Okay.
And I don't know honestly, Nick, any songs that he sang with the band. The Purple album Special Gold Edition will be released on October 13th, and a new remix of Burn is available now. And Bob Dylan is paying it forward. The inaugural Bob Dylan Center Songwriter Fellowship is offering a $40,000 project stipend. I guess $40,000 project stipend?
That's right.
Plus presentation opportunities, dedicated time with Bob Dylan archive, and recording time at Leon Russell's historic church studio in Tulsa.
It's a great opportunity to come in town and be part of something.
What?
What?
It's a great opportunity to come down and be part of something.
Great opportunity to come out and be a part of something special.
Bingo.
Something like that.
Wow, that was really good.
2 songwriters will be chosen by a panel that includes John Mellencamp, Patty Griffin, and others. And you can enter now through October.
Nobody from the Family Guy?
October 18th. Nobody from the Family Guy.
Leon Russ, are you a fan? He's a songwriter, and he was...
I only know a couple of songs.
I've been experimenting or listening to. It's not like I have a Bunsen burner while I'm doing this. Listening to some of his stuff, and he's really what an accomplished songwriter.
I mainly know High Wire. And
Song for You he wrote.
I know that he and like John Lennon were good friends.
Elton
and,
John adored him.
Yeah, so
that's them surprising him on his birthday.
He knew a guy named Larry too.
He
Actually,
did, and
yeah.
he didn't like him very much.
No.
You, Larry.
I don't want you at my party.
But his buddy Carl, very, very
Yeah.
happy to see him. Yeah.
Carl, good to see you.
Okay.
And Budweiser.
No. One final bit of music news. The FM band, Kyle Mack's band, got some gigs this weekend. And if you love to have a good time and you love live music and you want to hear some really great singers and musicians, you need to go see them. They're playing tonight at the Center Bar at Live Casino.
Live Casino.
Yep. And that's
the casino
at 9 p.m. at the casino. So if you want to go check them out. And then Saturday, 8 p.m., Keenan's Irish Pub at North Wildwood.
This has been a long Keenan's run for
yeah, they only
Cosby.
have 2 dates left, I believe.
Wow.
Kyle was telling me that they will play before the summer's up. And you can come party. He says, Kyle wrote this note, come party with Grin and Greg.
Oh,
that's right.
Greg Monahan.
He told me, Monahan's going to be there.
Monahan has sent me pictures while he's there watching the FM band.
Man.
And Greg is our graphics guy. He's good. Grin and Greg, the graphics guy. And the dude is forever young. He is just, he will be partying till he dies.
I don't care how hard you think you party. It's nothing.
Greg is
compared to him.
He just loves to tear it up. And you'll see him. You'll see him. He's smiling, happy, dancing, beer in the air. He'll come
Always.
over and hug you. He's the best.
And like I'm, like you look at somebody like that, and I'm like, God, I wonder what his wife thinks. She's right next to him.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, so that's the FM band this weekend.
F the band.
F that band. All right, we're going to take a break, come back in a second, and wrap up le program and give away our Word of the Week prize. Stay with us. Return in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did.
Where? What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, did you get him? He said, no, the line there was even longer than the line here.
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe you don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
It is, I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. It's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in Gulag.
I'm here all the week.
I would say try Seville, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. Well, these are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up.
What's her
Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips?
with pipe cleaners.
A blind skier?
Is that what it says? Am I right?
Well, I don't know. Nick's looking it up. I'm just curious. Is there a Wikipedia page?
Oh, she's a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody
hear the
laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
Oh.
Right. Left.
2 barks for left, 1 for right. Yeah.
That's not fair to
That
the dog.
is not fair to the dog.
No.
And
I mean, he's got to bark fast, and you never know if they're right next to each other.
He also can't really tell you that he doesn't want to do this.
No, he's actually just being dragged along.
Just put him on skis.
I don't want to do this.
Did we even say the words skiing eye dog?
Nick just
oh,
said
you
it.
did?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I missed it. The They may not be married, but Jennifer Garner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up in the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle. Turtle.
Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh, my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
What if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's there's
one
it's the one way out where
I know
we
what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is
Nary a time does that song not feel good to hear.
Queen, David Bowie, Under Pressure, 93.3 WMMR. It is everything that rocks.
About 10:40 on a Friday morning. A no sad bro to you.
We're heading into the weekend.
Kathy, before we do all our end of show stuff, you said is there some nasty traffic on the Schuylkill
No,
Expressway?
I mean, yeah, there's an accident, but I'm not sure where that came from. I don't know. I think you guys overheard me on the phone, and I was not talking about that. But yes, there is actually an accident. It's off to the shoulder at the Conshohocken curve. So it is a little jammed there, but it's off to the shoulder. So hopefully they'll get that out soon.
All right, just checking on that. All right. I would like to thank the following people for being on our program. Mr. Connor Barwin was here this morning, and we thank him for stopping in. The 2023 Make the World Better benefit concert is tomorrow night, features Alex G and Always, and it's at the Dell Music Center, and tickets start at just $25, and you can get tickets through Ticketmaster, and his foundation is great. They build parks. They really, big-time stuff.
Tangible, real results.
He's a great person to have in our community.
He's a worldly known good guy.
He is a worldly known good guy for sure, Connor Barwin. And Jared Freid, who is promoting his new Netflix comedy special, 37 and Single, and he's going to be at the Met. I think it's October, or no.
No, it's the Fillmore.
The Fillmore, thank you. And I think it's October 20th. So great to talk to him. So awesome having him on the show. And I want to mention this as well. Our second stop that we had on the Cooling Caravan this morning with Duncan was at DFT Incorporated in Exton. Thank you to Linda Beal for submitting. They had about 60 staff workers out
that's
there.
excellent.
Yeah. So we set them up with some free iced coffee this morning. The MM Army stopped by. And we appreciate Duncan getting on board as always because you got pumpkin at Duncan now. If you haven't heard, Duncan's pumpkin lineup is indeed back. And don't forget to order your Dunkin' seasonal favorites, including the pumpkin spice signature latte, the pumpkin donut, the nutty pumpkin coffee, and more. And Philly and the Preston and Steve Show run on Dunkin'. So we thank them for everything.
And Monday we're doing it again, right?
We are doing it one more time. Yeah, you can go to PrestonandSteve.com and sign up for your workplace. If you guys have a job site, you're outside, you got workers out, and you want a little cooling love, we can do that for you. All right, we need to do the letter of the day, so let's fire it up.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter T, as in Tickle Me Elmo. 215-263 WMMR. And we now have a word, and we'll take caller number 5 at 215-263 WMMR and see if you indeed know that word. And if so, and you're caller number 5, then we got a prize over here for you. So call right now, 215-263 WMMR. Let's see. What else do we do at this particular time? We usually find out what Pierre's got coming
Why don't you
up.
guess what he has coming up?
He'll be in them. I bet he's got some workforce blocks coming up.
Yeah, absolutely.
I bet he's got MMR's concert calendar. I will bet he will do things like this day in the world of rock and so on. But I don't know much about nothing.
I've got cool things.
Cool things. Pierre Robert is here.
I have great blocks of music.
All right.
Yes.
Tons of stuff.
I'll have things.
And people.
And people. And, here it comes, my little present. I will have blocks of Ghost because they're playing tonight.
Oh, okay, yeah.
At the FM Center. And I have a pair of tickets to give away. A block of Elvis Costello and a block of Judas Priest
for
Rob Halford's birthday.
That's right.
And I'm going to premiere a brand new song from The Killers.
Oh,
no way.
Now that's
excellent.
Interesting.
I've got that coming up. And I've got a brand new song from Paul Rogers of Bad Company and Free Fame. And we're going to talk to him next week, and he's got a new solo album coming out.
So Preston, you pretty much guessed it spot on.
Yep,
Yeah,
I got
you
it.
guessed it all.
Nailed it.
And I'm going to do Kathy's fall activities.
Hey, can I have a question about Kathy. Nick, can you pull up on our Instagram account? There's a picture of Kathy. What is that? What the hell is that? Is that supposed to be you dead?
No, it was a baby.
No.
Like she's in bed.
No. You read it. Did you read it?
540 months, loves margaritas, hates people, 825-23. I don't get it.
So I knew you wouldn't get it. So you know how they do babies' pictures and they do how the months that they are and what they love at that time in their life.
No, I didn't know they do that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And so that's what that is.
It looks like you're wrapped up in a shroud and a viewing.
There were other photos that really looked like I was dead.
Most corpses don't look that happy.
I mean, she looks great.
Yeah.
You know how people say that when they go, "Wow, she looks wonderful."
So good, boy. He looked just like he did in life. No, he didn't.
She's dead.
Didn't.
Look, Preston, look up at the screen. You see, this is what they do with babies.
Yeah, I didn't know this.
Yeah, I see a lot of those on my Instagram feed, and it's all the rage.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
I don't see those on my Instagram.
You know who did it? Gallo. Our friend
Ashley Marie Gallo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, anyone with a baby does it. They, they track their growth and what they like at that stage in their life. And so I worked with Haley Rose Photography. She is a wonderful person. If you're ever looking for a photographer for anything,
I'm sure she's great. But this is really weird. And I know she means well, but it's for an adult.
That was my
weird.
idea.
Okay.
What is it supposed to
It's a
signify?
joke,
The
Preston.
Her birthday.
Yeah.
Just so Kathy's saying when people do this with their babies, they put on their something like, loves music or.
Correct.
Or
Read
is
through
a-
the comments. Everyone gets it. You're the only one that doesn't.
Why
I
the
don't-
hostility?
I don't get
Because
it
you're
either.
telling me it's
two
a
of
bad
us.
idea. You just put down the photographer that did it. I didn't want that
I'm
to
not putting
happen.
down the photographer that did it. I thought it was the
Beautiful
photographer's
photograph,
wonderful job.
Beautiful photography, beautiful model.
Kathy,
I just don't quite.
I'd keep Preston's car. It's like the reality
I'm not
shows.
doing that. Yeah, so we did this the other day. We had so much fun. We were hysterical laughing doing it. But there are photos where, because in some, the babies sometimes are sleeping. So we did a few sleeping photos.
Oh, that's adorable. And you look
except
dead.
That looked like I was full on in a casket and dead.
I mean, I'm looking at actual babies, and that's really cute. That is a cute concept. I do like that. Yours is weird.
And Kathy's also wearing a sweater that says tacos and tequilas.
I like that.
Because of her birthday.
Yeah.
Two favorite things.
I know.
All right.
Don't you think I know?
That's her husband over here.
Married
Absolutely, yeah.
How many years?
47 years.
47
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, 47.
I love you, Punchies.
I love you too.
All right, let's
Boopsie.
Pierre rescued you from that Diamond Dance place.
go to caller number 5 here, who is Matt. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Presbo, good morning, it.
Good morning to see you. What's our word of the week, buddy?
Spot.
Spot is correct, yes. Great day in the morning! Yes! Coo-coo-ca-choo! That is correct, Matt. We're going to set you up, buddy. We got a one. Here's what we have. We have a pair of floor tickets as MMR presents Greta Van Fleet, the Starcatcher World Tour.
Starcatcher!
Which is Tuesday, September 19th at the Wells Fargo Center. We're also going to give you a backstage tour and a guitar signed by the band. All right, my man?
That is sick.
Excellent. Sick. All right, Matt, hang on the line. We'll get your information. We'll set you up. Don't forget that tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Complete details at WMMR.com. We now thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. And also brought to you by Trinity Rehab, with locations all over and now open in King of Prussia. Trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, Brandon Marsh of the Phils.
Terrific.
Is he stopping in here, Nick?
No, he can't come in. He's on the phone now.
Okay, well, we will talk to Brandon. He's awesome, so can't wait to chat with him. Comedian Gianmarco Soresi.
Yes.
And Ari Spears.
I love Ari Spears.
Aries is great. We love having him on. All right, so that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great weekend, and we will see you later, friend. Bye-bye.